Good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing? What's up, Lucas? How are you? We're just booting up. Get some iron bundies. What up, Blix? 10 p.m. sharp. Got a shower. You're on a consistent bathroom schedule, huh? I forgot about these falling fellows. I'm doing all right. Thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. I'm gonna do an announcement on my Discord. Good luck, Blisy. Love the streams always. Thank you so much, Randy Casto. Appreciate you, homie. Live with some iron bundle activity all day. Zero tech. Send help. Alright, what do we got here? Got nothing. We got nada. Can I RNG manipulate using an emulator on my phone at all? Yeah, you'd probably still need a computer because of a timing app. Or like 2 phones. There are some mobile timers, basically. But the issue with them is like having an emulator on your phone open while you also have a mobile timer app open is like, I don't know how you, I don't think phones can do like 2 apps at once still, like a computer can. What's up, Zamas? The bundle of chaos iron bundle, my favorite paradox. It's your favorite, really? I think it looks cool. A lot of people hate on bundle, but I mean, it's kind of annoying to play against competitive-wise, but I'm chill with it. Design-wise, it's fine. A lot of people think it looks too close to Delibird. Honestly, the only issue I have is the cry is the same as Delibird. When you get over here, like, you'll hear them all. Like, that cry is too similar to Delibird, you know what I'm saying? It should have a more distinct cry, or a more robotic cry. Well, some of the Paradox Pokemon look more different than their originals, you know what I mean? Like, if you look at, like... The main thing I really like about Iron Bundle is its little, is its shoes that are skis. I like those quite a bit, I can't deny. The reverb might honestly not even be the cry, Blues Gold. It might literally be the, cave. Like, there's reverb in this cave, you know? But I really like its feet are like skis. That's very awesome. Oh, that might have been... a lot of the future Pokemon look more like the past Pokemon. Or a lot of the future Pokemon look more like their original counterparts than the past Pokemon do. Like, if you compare Raging Bolt to Raikou, or then compare like Virizion to the future Virizion, I don't even know what it's called. Or if you compare Iron Bundle to Delibird, it's very similar, but then compare Brute Bonnet to what's the other thing called? To Amoonguss. They don't really look even similar, but you get the vibe, you know? I think they got caught up in the idea that it was like the future ones have to be robots, and they just kind of stuck with it too hard, you know? I don't dislike them. I don't dislike them. Yo, thank you for the 2001, June. I appreciate you. Thank you for the good luck as well. Appreciate you, homie. What up, Pokeroo 2? How are you doing this morning? Oh, I forgot what I was doing. I gotta actually be active when I'm doing this. I see future Paradox as perfected versions of the Pokemon. I see, interesting. Interesting perspective. Its speed is my drift due to speed stat. It is fast. Can't deny it. I never played Pokemon Scarlet Violet. This low-key looks like Rainbow Road. This crystal is Rainbow Road energy for sure. That can't be denied. Oh, is that shiny? You sleeping, buddy? Sleeping shiny. That's the 4th shiny we've seen today. Or to this hunt. You are up early this week, dang. Well, so first of all, I usually get up pretty early. I'm on a similar sleep schedule to my wife, who gets up at 5 a.m. Sometimes I get up with her. Like today, I got up at like 6:30 or something. It's just, I know these hunts are gonna take a very long time. So I just have to stream for long hours, basically. You know what I mean? 93 at a minus attack is pretty good. I don't know if it's correct, though. Iron. So let's go to Smogon damage calc. Okay, so let's check the thing. Is it no good? Oops. It's decent. It could still be 1. It could still be 1. It might not be low enough, though. What level are we? 60? This is really low. This is probably like a 2. Okay, at level 60, with minus attack, it should be 90. So we have... That's 5 attack. It's really low. That's 5 attack. So, not quite good enough for us. Yeah, no, I didn't take it as a complaint. It's just like, I'm just talking about it. It's like, listen, I don't usually do shiny hunts. I do not have the shiny charm. So I'm just operating on the odds of the sandwiches. So I knew bundle and hands could take a very long time. So I just had to get on the grind, you know what I mean? I just had to grind it out. I knew I would just have to see a bunch of shinies. I can't not go for the grind. Yes, there is a paradox needed after bundle, but it won't be hard to get. There's actually only one more shiny on the team after bundle because the other Pokemon that he needs is shiny locked. So I won't have to worry about that. So the next Pokemon after bundle that I'm gonna get shiny, it doesn't require specific IVs, so I will be able to just get a shiny and then I will be able to just get a shiny and move on with my life. Like, so it should be, we should get it in 30 to an hour. Like, I mean, we could get it and it could be 1.5 hours or something like that because, you know, we went 3 sandwiches without seeing a shiny Iron Hands. So that was pretty abysmal luck. On that time, but it should be okay. The Iron Bundle Waterfall. Good morning, Mr. Beatus. How are you today? Managed to snag a Galarian Articuno from Pogo. Super hyped about that. Barry W. I'm just not a Pogo player. Maybe I should give it another chance. How do you calculate Pokemon stats and IVs? What site? I'm literally using Smogon's damage calculator. There's probably... Actually, I don't think that there's a faster way. Because, like, the thing about what I'm doing is I'm not, like... Like, I don't want to open up Iron Bundle and type in its stats every time. Ideally, I just kind of know what the stat range is going to be. So Smogon's damage calculator shows you the actual stats post IV and EVs. So I just set the Iron Bundle in the damage calculator to level, to whatever level the bundle that I get is, and I can see what the stat will be. Because I'm looking for 0 or 1, right? Did I play for Meltan and Gimmighoul? No, I did not, actually. I have... I got a Meltan and Melmetal. Someone gave me a shiny Melmetal. I want to say it was my friend Clay, but I'm not sure who gave it to me. I just don't recall at this point. Yes, but someone just gave me a shiny Melmetal. And I don't even have a Meltan in any Pokédex. Maybe I should give Pokemon Go another shot. But they just sold it to... Who did they sell it to? Niantic just sold it, right? The Saudi royal family, basically. Yeah, no thank you, bro. I think it's like... I don't know. I should probably uninstall it. You know, here's the thing about that type of stuff. I never know how to balance this type of energy. Because... Right, my gut instinct is... Saudi royal family buys it. These people are not good. I should not have this game anymore. Like, I should not... You know, I shouldn't have this game, right? This is a bad thing. And it's like, will me uninstalling it make... So, like, the question becomes, it's like... To a certain extent, I should be living, like, a moral life that I believe in. I should be agreeing... I should be living the morality that I believe in, right? Which is like, don't support unethical things. But like, then the problem becomes, it's like, well, in order to live in America, I have to support unethical things. Like, if I want a computer to work, you're effectively supporting slave mining in Africa. You're supporting slave labor. That's not slave labor, but like, they do not get paid enough money in China to assemble the parts for your computer, you know? And it's like, well, how... And it's like, so should I like fucking go off grid? Like, and then on the other part of it is individual responsibility is not as important as group responsibility, right? Whereas a more impactful thing that I could be doing is engaging in protests or, oh, a shiny bundle. I always wanted one down here. A more important thing that I could be doing is engaging in... Huh? What? Hello? Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, I have 10 seconds, I can do a reload. As I was saying, like, what is more important than an individual responsibility, because corporations kind of tricked people into this, right? They tricked you into the, like, no littering. Well, no, I believe in no littering. Not that I don't believe it, but like they tricked you into believing that like the main issue of pollution is individuals littering. Perfect attack, huh? Yeah. Oh no. Hold on. Oh. I just got very sad news about a cat. Oh, a cat my wife found. It's really sad. Man, it's gonna be sad when she opens her phone for lunch. Back when we lived in New York, Amanda worked at this cafe and found a cat under... She had a fucked up eye. She had like her eye like it wasn't, like it was cloudy. She found it under the building and it was like a kitten. It was like a baby kitten. And she was really, really sweet. We kept her in our bathroom for like 2 days. And then my brother took her to foster her because we had 2 cats in an apartment and we were like, we can't hold on to this cat anymore. We took her to the vet to get treated. The vet did everything for free because it was just the right thing to do. And she was just like, thank you for just doing this. Like, we'll just take care of this stray for free. And so then my brother fostered it for a couple of weeks and then his friend Justin took it and he's had her ever since. And she's taking, we would get pictures of her every now and then. It's been like 5 years or so. And she just passed away last night, like out of nowhere. This was little Cece. We called her Rye before she got renamed. He said she was fine in the morning. When she got home, she was lethargic and not being herself. They took her to the ER vet. And there was a lot of fluid in her chest. And they said they have to put her down. The doctor said if we remove the fluid, it would just come back. What the fuck? I don't understand. She was a sweetheart. She was young. Man, that's sad. I think I was doing salty and sour. I'm emotional about cats right now because of Asiago. To this day, like, still, obviously. It's so weird how something like that happened. I don't know. You know, the thing is with animals, animal medicine is like just not as well known as other things. Like, a lot of animal medicine is just fucking human medicine and weird stuff. Like, I talked about this before. But remember when I was telling you guys? They suspected that Asiago, for a little bit, it was suspected that Asiago's cancer that he got, which was a fibrosarcoma, a grade 3 of 3. They considered that for a little bit. They were like, it could be an injection site sarcoma. And that's just if cats, where cats get injections. Where cats get injections, they just can spontaneously get cancer from any injection site. It's called injection site sarcoma in cancer. Do not tell this to anti-vaxxers. They won't. So for feline injection site sarcoma is less than 1 per 10,000. Or as often as 1 in 1,000. That's weird. There's like, so it's like, it's a 1 in 1,000 to 1 in 10,000. Or RFK writing that shit down so fast. So it's like this is like a thing. This is a thing that's been happening for years. This is a thing that's been happening for like a long time. And it's not related to the vaccine. It's literally in I think it's not related to the vaccine. I think it's related to literally the injection, like just getting it. And like they used to give vaccines to cats under their, you know, their neck scruff. They used to get vaccines to under their neck scruff. And then they started having, cats would just have to get put down. And so they just started giving, rather than figuring out, okay, why are cats getting cancer from needles, right? They're like, we'll just inject it into the cat's thigh instead. That way, if it gets the cancer, we'll just cut the fucking leg off. It's like, bro. Like, I know not as much research goes into animals, but that like blew my mind, you know? And it was the same thing with radiation. Like, when cats have cancer and you're gonna do radiation, you're gonna do chemotherapy. Oh, actually I have 6 shiny seed, by the way. You're gonna do radiation, you're gonna do chemo. Excuse me, you're gonna do radiation or you're gonna do chemo. The humans have a very precise monitored location, right? It's like we will put a specific amount of chemo in a specific spot because we want you to live a long quality of life after. We want you to live. Even a 70-year-old with cancer, there's a chance that that person gets cancer and they live 20 more years. You know what I mean? So they're going to be pretty specific about where they're irradiating and where you're getting the medicine, right? Like the little dots they put to target. Cats and dogs, they just fucking blast them, bro. They just fill them up with radiation, and they were like, yes, it increases the secondary cancer risk because you're blasting them with so much fucking radiation, but if the chance of eliminating the current cancer they have is high, or shrinking it to then remove it surgically, you'll probably get another 5 years out of the cat, or 4 years, even if they get cancer again. And 4 or 5 years on a cat is like 30% of its fucking lifespan on average, you know? So they'll just blast them because it's like, well, it doesn't need to live 20 years, and it needs to live 5, and so it doesn't matter if it gets cancer again because you'll get 4 or 5 more years with your little guy. And cats and dogs, for the most part, have to be sedated for their radiation, which is difficult, you know, so that's like not easy for the cats to handle it. What is happening? Oh my god, there's more news. What is happening? Okay, sorry. I just found out I don't know, I want to call her my sister-in-law, but that's not right because it's technically my cousin's wife. Is pregnant, she has the flu, and had to go to the ER. And there's fluid in her lungs. Fucking crazy. What the hell, man? It's in the same family group chat as the fucking cat that just died. Somehow my sneeze scared your cat, you're wearing headphones. I'm a very loud human. You guys think I'm loud on stream? You should try living with me. I don't know how my wife does it. Actually, I have a really funny story about something like this. So, I'm a very loud person. Not just in like my vocals, but how I walk around. Like, I walk around, and it's like, if you don't know me, it kind of sounds like I'm angry because I'm, like, stomping everywhere, but I'm just very heavy-footed. And I've always been, very heavy-footed. And Cyberman stomping mother. So, anyway, one day I was staying at my parents' beach house before they lived, okay, listen, I am not rich. My parents are rich, okay? So before my parents lived at the Jersey Shore full time, they lived up in New York and had a secondary house in the Jersey Shore. So I was staying at their beach house, and my room, mine and Amanda's room that we stayed in, would be on the bottom floor, and all the other rooms would be on the top floor where like the kitchen was and stuff. And so I got up. Amanda has this thing that she's able to do where she will just sleep 10 hours on her day off. Whereas for me, even when I worked manual labor jobs, I would be at the behest of my sleep routine. So if I go to bed at 10 p.m. and I wake up at 6 a.m., I will do that on the weekend because I can't even make myself sleep in if I wanted to, right? So we're on vacation, so obviously I don't want to fucking sit in bed and wake my wife up. So I get up out of bed and I just go out into the living room area, which is on the same floor as me. and I just open up my DS and I start playing games. And my mom is upstairs cooking dinner, and she is cooking breakfast, and she's stomping around exactly like me. She's just stomping around. I think nothing of it because it's my mom. I know what she sounds like. Amanda wakes up and she tells me, she thinks to herself, oh my God, Jake is being so loud. Jake's gonna wake everybody up because of the stomping. She walks out, she walks out of the room, and I'm on the couch playing Game Boy, and she goes, oh. She goes, is that your mom? I go, yeah. And she goes, oh, that's where you get it from, huh? And I was like, what? What? And then we told that to my mom, and my mom was like, my mom goes, yeah, my uncle used to call it the Polish stompers because we have Polish, we are of a partial Polish descent. Because my grandma walked the same way as well, and she's where the Polish lineage comes from, so they all just blame my grandma. Oh, I forgot to put the like the stream poll. That has been fairly efficacious, I find. Someone asked if my parents are okay. They saw news about the wildfires. They're fine. My parents live on an island. The videos I have been seeing of the forest fires down there, I think it's... Is it called Barnegat Forest Fires? Yeah, my parents live a little bit... I don't know where Barnegat is exactly. But my parents live on an island, not... so they're fine for now. But the videos I've been getting of, like, the smoke and stuff are insane. Like, there is so much smoke and debris just washing over the island. Was it the space lasers? I think it's just been really dry in South Jersey. I think it has just been really, really dry in South New Jersey. Apparently it has not been raining very much, so... It could have been someone barbecuing, it could have been... It could have just been, it was really dry, and then it got really hot. Fires can start naturally, right? That's what people... That's what most, like, archaeologists believe, right? Is that humans didn't invent fire. They discovered wildfire first, and then learned how to utilize it, learned how to maintain it. And then after learning how to maintain it, they then learned how to start it on their own. Sorry, I just sent a sent a message to the guy who adopted CC, the cat I was just talking about. I had to get his number from my brother. Does it say 0 speed? It should say 0 attack. It should say 0 attack. It is 0 attack. Okay, it does. I'm looking for 0 attack. 0 attack is for foul play damage. So if a Pokemon like Farigiraf, who doesn't often use its own offenses to attack, uses the move foul play, it will reduce the damage against Iron Bundle. Actually, I should have checked if I needed 0 attack for foul play. I should have checked if I needed 5. I'm gonna fall off. I should do a damage calc. Well, let's do Iron Bundle 50. So let's do Farigiraf. Alright, we're gonna put the move foul play on here. Foul play is doing 16, is doing at 0 or 1 attack is doing 21 to 25. Okay, 5 attack does do more damage, so it looks like Bundle does actually need 0 for real. Wonder if Bundle could go with 2. Yep, it actually needs 0. It needs 0 or 1. So yeah, the move foul play is a move Pokemon can use that does damage not based on the Pokemon who used its stats, but based on the enemy Pokemon stats. So when using foul play, if Farigiraf used foul play onto an Iron Bundle, it would use whatever the attack stat of Iron Bundle is to do damage to Iron Bundle, plus the base damage of the move. And so by making your attack as low as possible, which is a stat that Iron Bundle is never going to use, right? Iron Bundle is never going to run a physical attacking stat. And so by minimizing that stat, you minimize the damage from that move. You also minimize the damage from Confusion, even though Confusion is a lot more niche. Technically, it is always optimal to go for 0 attack if you're considering Confusion damage, but doesn't recoil get reduced as well? Recoil's damage is based on the damage that you deal with whatever attack that you've clicked, right? So, like, if you're reducing recoil damage, you're also reducing the damage that you're dealing. So I don't know that there's a great use case for that. Like, you don't want to reduce the damage that you're dealing, you know? Recoil is usually like 25% of the damage dealt, or 20% or something like that. Oh, we got one. No worry, OP Clanby. I suppose a low attack stat would help for Confusion. Yes. What's up, Check Star? How you doing? Everything is, in fact, well. What do you think about 0 attack on Porygon 2? With download attack boost Terra Blast, it could run 31 attack. Porygon 2 is definitely better as a special attacker. I don't really think that you'd want to be... Porygon 2 and Porygon Z are flexible enough that you could run physical moves if you really wanted to in some specific scenarios, but you don't have to. Also, Terra Blast normal can't, that's not enough. Yeah. Terra Blast normal is always special, isn't it? Doesn't Terra Blast only switch to between physical or special after you've terrestrialized. I have to pee so bad. Oh, it was so hot last night, we had to run the AC. Isn't that crazy? The insulation in my house is too dang good. Oh, we have 7 shiny steam. We had like all the windows and doors open last night. Or all day yesterday. And it got up to like 75 in the house, and we were going to bed, and it like, we had the 2 windows open still as we were going to bed, and it it was still like 75, even though it was like 64 outside. And it was like, damn. It's gonna be even hotter today. The AC is not on, but I just am not opening anything so that it'll stay cool in the house, hopefully without having to run the air conditioner or anything like that. It's gonna get like 80 degrees today, or thereabouts. Which is crazy. It's not even May yet, brother. It's been an oddly cold April. It's been oddly cold with random heat spikes. Like, it will randomly just be... It'll be like 55 all week, and then we'll get one day where it's like 82, and it's like, hello? What are you doing here, 82? Go back to June. Go to July. You're here. You got lost. For me, it's worth it to take the allergies, and like, I'm a little congested right now. I think it's because of allergies. Because of allergies and various other things, like... I gotta start taking my antihistamines on the daily. Oh, Lord, all of a sudden it got really bad, the cough. I'm gonna mute, actually. Okay. I felt a little better. We got anything here? Nope. Iron Bundy. Just looking for a chrome little penguin. Machine penguin that is chrome. Setting up the data. I don't know what's going on. How many bundles have fallen off the rock? Dude, they just keep falling off, man. I can't even count them. This one's gonna fall, then this one's gonna spawn, and this one's gonna fall, and then another one's gonna spawn. That's just how it goes, man. They just all fall. There was actually a shiny down there earlier. 2 shinies ago, Bullbite. There was one down there. Two shinies ago. How many shinies are you hunting overall? I saw Iron Hands yesterday. I'm hunting... After bundle, there will be one more. Dude, look at these! After bundle, there will be one more shiny that I have to hunt. I think. Yes. It's a reference to the penguin slide in Mario 64. How cultured by Game Freak. There could be a shiny down here. I keep forgetting to check this fucking... Zero attack and speed Blood Moon again. This is nowhere near as bad as Blood Moon. Blood Moon's problem honestly wasn't even how rare it was. It was how, like... It was how slow the resets were. This is why I actually don't take a lot of stake in full odds versus method hunting. Because it's like, it's not really about, or I think, like, I feel like there has to be method hunts that take longer than full odds hunts sometimes. Just because even though the shiny odds are increased, the reset rate has to be low. Like, what is this, like, what is the encounters per hour? What's the encounters per hour of the Dynamax Adventures? Like, you're getting so few checks in Dynamax Adventure. Even though the shiny odds are like 1 in 512. You know what I mean? And I'm talking if you're just going for the target at the end that you want. Like if you're If you're if you're like repeat hunting a Suicune or whatever, you know. Versus doing a full odds hunt in the overworld in like Scarlet and Violet. Like you see so many shinies, you know? You see so many Pokemon, right? Yeah, I think it's 1 in 512 if you don't have the charm though, right? Yeah, that makes about sense. It took me 18 to get, it took me 18 Iron Hands to get him. I never counted Fluttermane. Fluttermane is the easiest one, so I don't usually check. Like it isn't, it's like not something I even, because you don't really have to. Fluttermane is passive, right? You can just leave the game running for the 30 minutes and all the Fluttermanes will just be sitting there shiny, you know? Like it's a very passive activity. Well, you can't. The Lunala that you can find in the overworld in this. Wait, can you even find Lunala in the overworld in this game? They can't be shiny, right? This is insane. No, yeah, I thought they are shiny locked. Yeah, the ones in the overworld in Scarlet and Violet are all shiny locked. It's because there's no transition screen, I believe, is the reason. Like if you talk to one of the Snacksworth legends, it doesn't do a battle animation. It just shows you the Pokemon. And so I think Game Freak didn't like the the miscontinuity that you would have. They're not IV locked. They're not IV locked because I know that because I've reset for zero attack on them before. I reset for a zero attack Latios and something else. Dynamax Adventure is the only way to get shiny Lunala. I believe so. And good luck resetting for a zero attack shiny Lunala there. Honestly, doing the RNG manip to get a zero attack one in Sun and Moon isn't even easy. That's kind of an annoying manip. There's a lot of NPC noise in either one. Some of the Pokemon in this game check are IV locked, some aren't. I'm not sure what the deal is. But for example, the like there's a Miraidon down here. This Miraidon, that's IV locked. Hard IV locked. The the Raging Bolt encounter, also IV locked. So I don't know why they're picking and choosing. Why would Cubchoo be IV locked? Nope, nope. Paradox? What are the Paradox Beasts? Slash Swords. What are the Paradox Beasts? Oh, you're talking about the... No, the one over there is also IV locked. That one's... I believe this one is always Modest, with 31 special attack. So it's not just the one on your bike, is what I'm saying. Oh, Cub Fu? Well, Cub Fu doesn't matter if it's IV locked, because who cares? I guess you could go for a specific speed IV if you wanted to run it in Trick Room, but you don't really need to. Yeah, the iron bundles falling off is nasty work, bro. Uh, 18. 18 iron hands. It's probably about average, 18 shiny iron hands. No, I don't think there's any seed that produces 10 Master Balls. I think if the most that it can produce is 4. Maybe there's more seeds you could find that would be better than the seed that Anubis found. Doing salty and sour, right? Okay, Sketch Ironcat, I will catch Iron Mingus now. I don't know of any way to get specific Herba Mysticas, personally. Brute Bonnet is cool. I gotta make that into Iron Fungus. It would have been called Iron Fungus, absolutely. I really like Brute Bonnet. Brute Bonnet's really cool. It is a favorite of mine. I'm not even a sleep enjoyer. I would prefer if the sleep status condition was removed from the game, but it's just a cool Pokemon. I think sleep should just fully be removed. I think there's just no world where sleep is a healthy mechanic. Because the problem with sleep is that it is purely a like stat check. It's like, is X Pokemon faster? I click button. It's like, it's just, I don't know. I feel like it's just like not a good mechanic. Like sleep tends to be either a luck check or a speed check, or it tends to be like, if you get it off and you're second, then it tends to be just like a random like luck. It's like, how early can you wake up? I don't know. I just do not like it. It's a bad mechanic. It's a lot less goofy in doubles. It's way worse in doubles. You can sleep both Pokemon, I think. For me, VGC doesn't have any sleep clause, so it's like way more tilting. You only have 4 Pokemon. One sleep removes 1/4 of your team. Would I replace Frostbite with Freeze with Frostbite? Yes. I would replace Freeze with Frostbite. I would remove the paralysis chance from Paralyze and just have it slow speed, and I would remove Sleep. It doesn't matter if you can sleep both Pokemon in one turn. You can put both to sleep sequentially. I remember playing in Sun and Moon, and someone used Z Trick Room with Musharna, and Z Trick Room on Musharna increased Musharna's accuracy, and then Musharna was faster than my whole team, and then just slept my whole team repeatedly with Hypnosis, and I was like, wow, fun interactive strategy. I could have done a lot about it. Yeah, I don't mind I don't mind status conditions being buffed if you in other ways, if you nerf the frustrating parts of them. Like, you can buff you can even buff the slow on paralysis again if you really wanted. Like, you could make it quarter speed again if you wanted, as long as there's no paralyzed chance. I'm gonna be real. This game looks like dog shit, okay? I mean, I didn't make it. You're not hurting my feelings. Agree on those points, less RNG is always better. Who was the one in chat the other day saying, like, why play Pokemon if you don't want any luck involved? And it's like, well, come on now. It's like, you can make the game better by reducing luck. You should be doing that. Luck as in moves with a mischance is fine, IMO. I kind of agree. I think the thing about moves with a mischance is it's like, what does that mean, you know? Is it, like, I think the problem I have with moves with a mischance is like, the risk versus reward, I would not say is very balanced. Or it's like, the way they make them is very, very weird. Like, for example, I'm trying to think of it. Is there a single reliable rock type move? Like, why is rock type like that, right? Like, I don't, it's an interesting, like, it's like an interesting asymmetrical balance type. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, I also think it's like sometimes the punishment isn't necessarily worth, I think the punishment isn't even necessarily, like, if we look at Rock Slide, right? Let's go to Rock Slide Smogon page. Rock Slide has 75 base power, a 30% chance to flinch, and 90% accuracy. It's like, okay, the 90% accuracy, is anyone even considering that? You know what I mean? Like, that 90% accuracy is not really being hit. Like, you're not avoiding Rock Slide ever because of the 90% accuracy. Do you know what I'm saying? You're not taking that move because of that accuracy. So that's just the thing that you have to deal with if you're using the move Rock Slide. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, Head Smash doesn't have 100 accuracy, I don't think. So it's like an interesting, it's like why? You know? It's like, why is it balanced this way? And it's like, also, thinking about it, it's like 90% accuracy is pretty high. That's still, anyone who's used Rock Slide will know it's a significant amount of unreliability. Well, no, it's not that they hate rock type moves, because it's like, okay, kind of a hot take. I think that every move having the same type of move is not good for Pokemon. And so, like, what do I mean by this, right? They have introduced multiple close combats at this point, right? Close Combat is an 8 PP, 120 base power, 100% accurate move with almost no drawback, right? The move's drawback is that you lower your special defense and your defense by 1 stage, and that's not a very big drawback. They have added a ground type Rock Smash and a flying type, or a ground type close combat and a flying type close combat. I'm not sure if they've done more. But I think doing more is bad. They've done the same with U-turn. They've added a electric type U-turn, and they've added a water type U-turn. It's like, you do not need every type in the game to have access to every single type of move. Pokemon is an asymmetrical balanced game, right? The flying type one is Mega Rayquaza's signature move. It will eventually get given to something else. Armor Cannon as well, a special type, fire type close combat. It's just small enough to mean that every move is basically dig. But so like my point is, I think it's better if there's moves that are different. So like I think it's actually good that there is no rock type version of Flamethrower. Just a 90 or 95 power move with a 10% secondary effect and 100 accuracy. I think it's good. Like Stone Edge is good for the game. Rock Slide is good in that like these are weird moves kind of that have not perfect accuracy but powerful, very, very powerful secondary effects, right? And so I think it's better if not every type has all of these moves. Like I think it's better if U-turn was the only one. We don't need U-turn and like Volt Switch is okay because Volt Switch has like pretty significant counterplay thanks to ground types and Volt Absorb. But I think Flip Turn is a mistake to put in the game. I genuinely think water types did not fucking need Flip Turn. We didn't need that shit. Scald, delete it. That move should never have been put into the game. I am pretty convinced they nerfed the burn status condition because of Scald. Water Absorb counter Flip Turn. Water Absorb is not enough. Water Absorb is not common enough. U-turn, it is okay. So U-turn is okay in the game because U-turn was the first one. U-turn is pretty unique and it's a bug type move and the distribution was high, but it wasn't ridiculous. That type of pivoting is pretty powerful. It's not even like about like is not even about like is Flip Turn broken. It's not necessary that I think Flip Turn is broken. It's that I think like you just don't need it into the game. I think that water types in and of themselves have enough. I probably also lean towards not having Parting Shot in the game personally. From my perspective, I think when you're making a move and you say to yourself, is that a shiny? I think if you're making a move and you're saying to yourself, let's just do a water type U-turn. Let's just do an electric type U-turn. Have I lost too many Flip Turn? No. What? This is not me. I'm not complaining that Flip Turn is overpowered. I'm saying that I think Flip Turn and moves like it are not necessarily good game design, right? I don't even find Flip Turn is particularly a frustrating experience. I just think that like I think it's valuable that the move U-turn is a bug type move and it's a advantage for the class of Pokemon known as bug types or Pokemon who are prone to be getting bug type moves. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that's a better way to approach game balance. Like Pokemon is never gonna, you don't want, okay, how do I say this? I think you do not want every single move type in the game to have all of the same move types. So like again, let's look at fighting type, right? Fighting type has close combat, it has Aura Sphere. Imagine if fighting types also had a waterfall. It was a fighting type version of waterfall. A physical move had 30% flinch chance, 85 power, right? Imagine if fighting types had that. Or imagine if fighting types had a 100 power spread move that hit all Pokemon on the field with no drawbacks, like Earthquake, right? I think you don't want every single type to feel the same, and I think one of the ways that you make sure all types, I think that you do not want all types to feel the same by having the same type of moves. So it's not even about, is Flip Turn overpowered? Is Flip Turn going to overtake U-turn in usage? It's more like, does Flip Turn make water type feel a little bit less unique, because now they are doing the same things that electric types and bug types have been doing for X amount of years. So it's not necessarily about balance in the sense of are things equal in power. It's about balance in the sense of like, is this a thing that we want water types doing? You want a class-based Pokemon game? I think that you have to treat, to some respects, typings similar to classes, right? Pokemon isn't such a linear game where it's like a Pokemon that's water type is always a tank or always an offensive specialist. Of course not. That's not the case, right? But water types in general tend to have features that coalesce with each other. And obviously those change depending on the base stats, and that change depending on the secondary types and the move pools. But I think my point is, I think my point is pretty clear, is that you do not want every type to start feeling the same. Which I think they would if like you're saying right now. Yo, thank you for the 5 memberships, bro. Appreciate you. Everybody show not a Fed some Blisy love. What the heck? That was out of nowhere. Okay, so what was I saying? Like, so like, I guess take a look at what I'm trying to say in this respect, right? We have 4 U-turns kind of right now, right? We have Parting Shot, we have Flip Turn, we have U-turn, we have Volt Switch. Maybe those are, and we have Baton Pass. But Baton Pass, I think Baton Pass is different enough where you don't have to count it. Ice has Chilly Reception. I forgot about Chilly Reception. Ice has Chilly Reception. Teleports. I think Teleport is different enough where you don't have to count it. Also. But let's hypothetically count Shed Tail and Teleport and even Baton Pass if we want, right? Let's count all of those things. Okay, we're counting all those things. Is there a point where it would be bad if every single type in the game had a move that was a momentum switching move? Chili doesn't have 0 prio. Chili is just most used on Galarian Slowbro or Slowking. So it goes second a lot. No, Chili does not always go last. Chili is just almost always used on Slowbro, so it goes second a lot. That's why people started running like level 99 Slowkings, because they wanted to be slower than the level 100 ones, and not risk speed ties. People started literally running like level 98, level 99. I don't even know who else gets it besides the Slowkings. Wait, no Pokemon gets it besides Slowking. What? Wait a minute, hold on. I was actually thinking about it. I was like, wait, who gets it even besides those Pokemon? What the, why? This is an ice move. What? I don't understand. But here's what I will say. Here's what I'll say. I will say moves like Chilly Reception are a little better than moves like Flip Turn and Volt Switch. So like, if you take Volt Switch and Flip Turn, those moves are basically identical to U-turn with the properties that their type gives them, right? So a water type move will deal water type damage, and it will be ignored by Dry Skin and other abilities, right? And Volt Switch is the same, right? Volt Absorb immunity, can't use it on ground type. Same as other electric moves. But Chilly Reception is interesting because it has a different unique property, right? And that is that it summons weather, which is interesting. That is an interesting way to do a weather move. So I'm less mean towards Chilly Reception because it is a little bit more interesting than just being a damage dealing pivot move. Because otherwise it does function the same. And I would say the same thing about Teleport. Teleport is interesting because it intentionally has low prio. So having a slow priority move also a little bit more interesting than otherwise, I would say. And that's what makes baton pass interesting, right? Baton pass is technically a pivot move just like U-turn, but it passes stats. Again, there's an aspect of it, you know, makes it broken in singles, but is an interesting idea. And I would say something, you know, so I think you can have these types of moves, you just have to make them more unique if you want to continue doing them. I don't want to see moves like flip turn and volt switch because they don't add anything new. Yo, what up, 10 Ben? How you doing, homie? Have I played any ROM hacks on the GBA? I've played some, not too many. I've played Light Platinum and Flora Sky. Started reading the article on Blue Sky, and you like the new website? Yeah, it's a project my friend and I have been working on. There are some guides on there. We're gonna be doing a launch soon. Once we finish the Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Fire, and Leaf Green categories, we're gonna be doing a launch on it. And I made a little article section because I was like, well, I could use this as like a little blog. Because if you read them, like, we wanted very up-to-date retail guides, right? Is what we wanted. Do you think these moves are made for the... I actually do not. I think a move like Chilly Reception is never used for a casual playthrough. I think even a move like Flip Turn is not really made for a casual. I mean, I think Pokemon in general, you have to make sure you're appealing to both. And so you want to see a move like casual players. Casual players basically never use boosting moves. I mean, how many times have you heard the meme? It's like, I never used Swords Dance as a kid. I thought it sucked. Flamethrower is actually really good in singles, I find. I say in the video how many resets Blood Moon take me. I don't know the number off the top of my head. Do I say in the video? You can probably just find it on my channel if you type Ursaluna in and you get to the last Ursaluna stream. We can double check, skis. Let's go live and do Ursaluna. Which is unfortunate. I did 519 resets for it. Is what I got Carl in. Yeah, I'm glad you like it, 10 Ben. Thank you very much, Mr. Leaky. It is not a Fed, it is. Yeah, I think we've done a very good job on the current guides that are up there. We have a bunch already for beginners. The idea of the website is supposed to be like getting a person from the most baby RNG, like having never done any RNG minute before, to being able to do the hardest. So that's why we've got them organized into sections like beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And so it's like in Gen 3, beginner is like static, wild. Intermediate is something like roamer or rock smash, where you have to do a little bit more to verify your shit. Yeah. It was supposed to come out a little longer ago, but we've been working, Jeff and Lincoln. I've been involved a little bit, but mostly Jeff and Lincoln have been working pretty hard to get the, wait. I see red. I've been working pretty hard to get the, online tools for Fire and Leaf Green working. Yo, what up, Alex? Gonna lurk, good luck. Thank you, Sketch Our Cat. Appreciate you. Fun discussion. I agree. I like thinking about game balance like that. Like, not just from like a, oh, this character is OP. Actually, dude, I've been sort of pilled. And this is, Alex is here. I'm so excited for the next time we play Melee. Did you watch the Zane video? The Bowser Zane video? My mind has sort of been fucked by that video. It was so good. Dude, when the Bowser, the guy, he goes to Zane and he goes, I just think Bowser's the best character in the game. He was like, yeah, he just beats Fox, he beats Marth, he beats Sheik. And they were like, and it's like, what? It's like, and they were like, Puff's even. But he was like, he was just saying, he's like, I don't even think that he has to believe that Bowser's the best character in the game. But like, what you do is you lie to yourself that your character's the best in the game. And it's like, it forces yourself to have no excuses. It's like an interesting way to like psychologically trick yourself into just trying your best regardless of the circumstance that you find yourself in. And I was like, wow, maybe instead of looking for a high tier main, I just quadruple down on Young Link and I just go. I just hard commit. And I just always play him no matter what. I just quit Falco even. And I was like, can I just mind hack myself? Yeah. Just do a full mind hack, bro. So it was just interesting. It was a really great video. Mind hack is a good way to phrase it, yeah. It's fun to think about things like that. And I remember I was watching a, oh, it's not even about that, Ryan. It's more like, you know, there's multiple levels to it. It's like, there's multiple levels to it because it's like, if your goal is to be the best player in the world, it does make sense in some respect to pick the character who is perceived as the best, right? Obviously, if you don't do your own exploration into characters, then you're not gonna truly know who you think is the best or who you think is underrated or whatever like that. And it's like, people can rise, people can fall, but it's like, I really hope Joey isn't running Hydro Pump. I don't know off the top of my head. I have to investigate. I won't reveal. Realistify cheating video about Joey coming. I mean, I've said this before, but you give power to that person by talking about them, right? You just need to not talk about them and they'll have no power. The only relevance from that they have is that people still talk about them. Like, their videos get no views. You know what I mean? And I think it's just because they were all consumed by vitriol and hate. Like, one of my favorite things is they made a video on Pimp Night. About how Pimp Night hacks. Literally, this person has 470,000 subscribers, and they upload videos that get 1.5k views. It's just hate videos, drama video, blah, blah, blah. It's like, this person has no power if you just stop speaking about them, you know? But yeah, they made a video about Pimp Night. Pimp Night. Pimp Night doesn't go to VGC tournaments. Pimp Night is a Smogon style YouTuber, uploads 6v6 battles playing anything goes where they use like a bunch of magic cards. They made a video about how this person cheats. It's like, who gives a fuck if... Like, who gives a fuck if Pimp Night is hacking in a team of 6 full magic cards? Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Literally, who gives a fuck? I can't believe anyone gives a fuck. It's like so crazy. Yeah, I just think talking about them is worse because it's like, I think keeping any relevance to a person like that into the scene is probably not good because of how bad they are. Beautiful, you like my sandwich, Alex? No, my character's name is Empanada. So they were saying an empanada original because it's a sandwich without a recipe. I don't know where, there's like no trainer card anymore. Well, you see Empanada is my character's name. Yes, you're talking about Dachan, right? She hasn't posted anything in a while. No problem, Il Toscano. Thank you for showing up in my stream, buddy. I was in Italy 2 years ago. It was awesome. I went to Venezia, Firenze, Roma, and Sorrento. Favorite thing I went to in Italy was Pompeii. By far the coolest thing I've ever seen. If you're in Italy, do a tour of Pompeii. Shit was insanely cool. Trainer cards in the Pokédex. Oh, that is right. Dude, I had the best sandwich I ever had in my fucking life in Florence. We were just walking around alleyways, and we found a tiny little sandwich shop. I couldn't tell you the name of it anymore. We done like a foot tour of like the museum, We did some museum tour, and then we did it like a tour of this, of like the whole city, of like the historic parts about it. And then my wife and I were really tired, and we were just like split off from the rest of my family. And we walked around the alleys. We walked around the alleys, and we just found a random little hole in the wall sandwich shop. There was like nobody in it, and it was just so fucking good. I could pull up. I can pull the ingredients up actually. The weird part about Ferenzi is Ferenzi's really good. The food there is really good. The bread is also good, but the bread doesn't have salt in it, so you have to have like stuff on the bread because there's no salt on it. I mean, maybe if you're from Ferenzi, you just like bread with no salt in it. But like a lot of the bread doesn't have salt in it. So it's good for sandwiches because you can put salt on the sandwiches. Let me see if I can find the ingredients. Okay, we're in Italy. Oh, it might be on Amanda's phone. I did take an ingredients list some... Oh, no. I found it. What was the sandwich that I had? It was... I don't think I had the fresco. I think it was a saporito sandwich. It was gorgonzola dolce. Chimi di rapa, salsa pepperdoro, which had pepperoni dolce, pomodoro, and spezzi. Was that the one I had? I think it was the sweet gorgonzola is what I had. It was so fucking good. Oh my god. So it's sweet gorgonzola, friarielli, and then some type of tomato salsa, and then salad on it. It was so good. It was a really good sandwich. I had to import it. I didn't have to import it. I found it in a grocery store in New York, had imported Italian cheeses. Because there's a lot of Italian diaspora in New York. As you may well know, I, in fact, am Italian diaspora, right? Like 4 of my great-grandparents are from Sardinia. Immigrated to the United States in the 20s. So you can get a lot of Italian imported stuff. What is the place? It's a deli from Ferenzi. I don't think this is the place that I ate at, but yeah. I don't know if I could find it if I wanted to. But I had a great time in Italy. And I even got an Italian copy of Pearl. I got an Italian copy of Pokemon Pearl while I was there. I was looking so much for an Italian copy of Pokemon Emerald. I really wanted a copy of Emerald. I could not find it. That's the craziest one I've seen. Do you see how many there's down there? Can't I scroll the chat? That's so weird. Yeah, Italy, weirdly enough, Italy is one of my highest viewed. It's like one of the countries that views me the most that's not English. That's not like an English-speaking country. How do I find Scarlet and Violet compared to the other games? I don't know. It's okay. I would say... The thing about Scarlet and Violet is... The thing about Scarlet and Violet is... The amount that they are broken is actually very frustrating. Like, in some places, the lag is so bad. It's like genuinely like a frustrating game experience for me. I also don't think the capture mechanics, like, I don't know, man. If we're rating just on scales of other Pokemon games, Scarlet and Violet is okay. I would say it's propped up exclusively by the Arven plotline. Is very heartwarming. Getting the sandwich ingredients to cure his dog. It's pretty good. I like that part. And then the other two storylines, I don't like the Team Star stuff at all. It's very laggy. It doesn't play very well. And then the gym challenge stuff is like fine. It's whatever. It's not. I don't dislike it. I don't like it. The open world aspect I find wasn't great. A lot of the areas in Paldea, they blend together. Like, they don't feel very unique to me. Compared to the areas in Legends Arceus, for example. Every Legends Arceus area is very unique feel, very different on its own. So I think it does the open style a little bit better. So if I had to put this in a Pokemon game only aspect, it's not high. Maybe like a 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10 if I'm being generous. I just haven't had that much fun with it. That being said, $100 hours or more, 250 hours or more. So what the fuck am I to say, right? I also hate this game. I like this game more. I played it for 55 hours. This game I fucking hate, and I've only played it for 145 hours. Kirby and the Forgotten Land, so good. I played it only 20 hours. Game is goated. Excellent video game. This is my favorite game on the system, is Metroid Dread. Can I view all of my... How do I view all of my play activity? I've played more games. Like, where's Hollow Knight? Oops. I didn't mean to boot Hollow Knight. I didn't mean to boot Hollow Knight. I meant to look up how much I played it. Oh well. Doesn't matter. We'll just make another sandwich. Scarlet and Violet DLC was not that good. I liked the second one more. I liked Blueberry Academy more than I liked the, I do like the dome in the Blueberry Academy. I think it's a lot better than Kitakami. I just really like the music in the dome. When I say I prefer Sword and Shield to Scarlet and Violet, I do think Sword and Shield are better games. The Crown Tundra was an actual video game experience that I enjoyed. Normal. This is a release switch. How would I rank each gen? I wouldn't rank each gen. I'd have to rank each game. I would have to rank each game because... Like, I would go... My favorite games are Black and White 1. So, I would go, like, Black and White 1, Heart Gold, Soul Silver. And then, maybe Emerald. It's probably the order of my favorites. After that, it gets a little bit murky. I like Ruby and Sapphire a lot. I like Platinum a lot, still. I like... I like Gold and Silver a lot. Make a ranking video. I made a ranking video based on RNG. I like Legends Arceus a lot, actually. The problem with Arceus is, Legends Arceus doesn't have a ton of replay value, I would say. But, man, Legends Arceus is so good. Legends Arceus is one of the best games, the best Pokemon games ever made, I think. I think that's in my top 4 as well. Fire Red and Leaf Green might be my lowest ranked game, I think. They're down there. I think my least favorite game might be, if you're not counting Colo and XD, it's either any of the Gen 7 games or Fire and Leaf Green. It's close. They're both really bad. Least I use BDSP. BDSP is okay. I'm a bit of a hater on it, but if you take BDSP for what it is and not for what you wanted it to be, it's a fine game. It's a good way to experience the single player story of Gen 4. I don't think that you have to agree that Legends Arceus is a great game. Like, I don't think there's such a thing as objectivity insofar as saying whether a video game is good or not. I think BDSP is actually not faithful. BDSP is like a weird game. Like, I think if you're like, someone goes, I want to experience the Sinnoh region. what is the best game to play, I think saying BDSP is not a wrong answer. But the problem is BDSP isn't what I want in a remake. And it has a lot of fault. It has a lot of flaws. And it even has a lot of flaws. I'll even say BDSP has a lot of flaws insofar as like when you look at it, the movement in BDSP is frustrating. I don't know how they fucked it up, but like it's 3D movement on a map designed for grid movement, and you bump into shit constantly. And then the grid movement also doesn't work because your character will do a full turnaround and stop if you turn left and right. It's like insane. It's very frustrating. I think I would probably be less harsh on BDSP if you could just move around it correctly. What's what you like about PLA? I don't understand. That's the thing I don't get. Is like, I don't understand what there is to not like about that game. But I mean, I don't really enjoy BDSP either. I really don't like that there's no new Pokemon in it. Like, I can't believe they couldn't just fucking get Pokemon past Gen 4 in there. Like, are you kidding me, bro? It's so fucking lame, man. It's the same thing I don't like about Fire Red and Leaf Green is there's no... It's just like Heart Gold and Soul Silver are goated, man. Have I seen the BDSP modders? Yeah, but I just tend to not be... The thing is, it's not a faithful remake because they changed some gym leader teams. Pokemon are fairy type now. There's new moves into the game. They, the Grand Underground is a complete reimagining of the Underground. And actually, I think it's better than the old Underground, by the way. But it's not faithful, you know? It's so weird. It's weird, man. Would have been better if they implemented some of this stuff from Platinum. I think there's actually, I'll go so far as to say there is almost nothing they could have implemented from Platinum in a way that's like interesting. They could have like, okay. All right, like let's look. What do you mean by implemented this stuff from Platinum? There's the Battle Frontier, obviously could have been good. That's fine. I agree. You could put the Battle Frontier in the game. But then the Giratina stuff, it's like, well, the story was about Giratina, so you really can't do that. Okay, so then what else could you have done? Like, I don't think having Dialga or Palkia in the Distortion world is interesting. And the Distortion world is something that's also not really interesting in general outside of aesthetics. Like, I guess you could have Giratina be in the Distortion world in the post game. Like, you go into its ruins and then you go in there and then you take a portal, like if you KO'd Giratina, I guess. Thank you very much, J-Rad. Appreciate you, homie. Well, what are the smaller things you're talking about? Interesting. Yeah, Legends Arceus is definitely... I don't know. I get into a kind of flow state with Legends Arceus, personally. I see what you're saying, though, that, like, you have to wander around and be careful about, like, alphas or aggressive Pokemon like Paris or something like that. I personally do find Legends Arceus pretty relaxing in work, because you just, like, what, like, you get into such a flow state in Legends Arceus. Like, you go around and you're just sniping Pokemon with Pokeballs, like, and you're never even getting into battles. It's like a pure uninterrupted state of just catching guys, you know what I mean? So that's like the type of thing. I get into a very flow state with it. But I see what you mean by like some of the more aggressive Pokemon who just run to chase you down. And that can ruin your like relaxation state. I get that. I think the distortion world is just for Giratina. I don't think you can have the distortion world in Diamond and Pearl's story, personally. Yeah, but like when you think about like what does it mean to be like a good video game, right? And it's like, all right, so like you can like what it means to be a good video game, from my perspective anyway, is simply, is the game fun for you specifically? You know what I mean? To me, that's what a video game being good means. So it's like, I don't like Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I think it's a bad video game. I think the mechanics aren't fun. I think everything's very floaty. I think everything's very campy. I think there's no good combo system. I think the movement is clunky. Doesn't matter. Game is not fun. I don't care about all the extra features. I don't care about all the trophies. I don't care about all the items. I don't care if everything was in it. It's not a fun game. I don't have fun with it, therefore the game isn't good. Like really think about it. Like, what? Now, you can extract value from analyzing why other people think things are good. So if I go and I see a movie, right, and everyone loves the movie, and I don't like the movie, and I'll say that movie wasn't very good. When I say the words, that movie wasn't very good, or that's not a good movie, what that means is I did not enjoy the movie, or I didn't find value in the movie, because you can find a movie good without enjoying it, right? There's a lot of like really miserable movies. There's a lot of really miserable movies that I wouldn't say are bad movies, but I would say that I didn't enjoy it even though I thought it was good, because it's like, the goal of the movie is almost to make you miserable, stuff like that. Media can be challenging in interesting ways and different ways. And so, but the point is, so if I find a movie, that I don't like and everybody else likes, I can still watch the movie and analyze the things to find what other people like about it and why, because I'm then just using that movie as a way to understand my fellow mankind, right? Like I'm just using it as a doorway to other people's minds and to understanding what makes them tick and what they enjoy and why they enjoy it and the things that they like. And so I'm just using it for that purpose at that point. So there's still value in understanding why people like things that you don't. And so I think that's a good thing to do still. You know what I'm saying? But you thinking some games are badly designed or don't tell a compelling story wholesale, that is still going to be your perspective, and your perspective is going to be informed by the things that you like and your history so far and the things that you're prone to enjoying, right? I generally don't enjoy first-person shooters at all. First-person games tend to give me motion sickness. I don't think that it's fun to aim a tiny reticle and shoot things that I can barely see in the distance. I have never been able to find the fun in any first-person shooter game that I've ever played. Therefore, that game for me is they're just a bad genre, almost. I will try them occasionally, and I will enjoy watching my wife play those games, but it's just like, for me, they're not fun. And so it's like, you know, is that there's still value in me understanding it. But I wouldn't go around saying that's a badly designed game. Yeah, but that's just for you. There is probably a game that you think the story is bad, that people actually enjoy the story. And then what's interesting about finding out why people like the story when you don't, is you get a peep into their brain about what makes them tick and things that resonate with them. They're like, I think an easier way of thinking about this is not thinking about a game that you think is bad or has a bad story, but a game that you didn't necessarily resonate with. And a great example of this is I love this anime called Ping Pong. It's called Ping Pong the Animation, right? It's one of my favorite animes ever. I fucking love it to death. It is amazing. It is an amazing coming of age story, and it is also an amazing story about how these people feel learning to tie their identity to a sport, and how they personally each deal with the nature of competition and its weight on them, right? So if you have ever been seriously into any competitive aspect, it could be any video game, it could be any sport, it could be a game like chess. If you've been into a game like that, I would say go watch Ping Pong. You will fall in love with it. My wife Amanda and I watched Ping Pong together, and she liked it. She was like, it's good. Like, it does have a good story. It has a story anyone can enjoy, but you're not gonna fucking love it unless you have felt the feelings these characters are portraying, because you connect with it. You watch these and you go, I understand this. And then you watch other characters who might have struggled with you, and they come to different conclusions that you came to through the same thing. It's like you fall out of love with the game, and then there's a character in the show who falls out of love with the game, and then he comes back to only realize he loved it the whole time and he should have never left. And you're like, fuck, I was wrong. Like, so I think that my experience playing competitive Pokemon or competitive Smash Bros and fucking loving them, and then watching Ping Pong changed my ability, my perception, my brain chemistry. The way that I would perceive a story is changed because of my life. And like a person who isn't done any competitive sports seriously, or games or anything, wouldn't have that same level of resonation, right? Is there a person who thinks The Room is a good movie and their opinion is just as valid as mine? I would say what makes an opinion valid is a person's ability to articulate why they like a thing. So if someone says The Room is my favorite movie unironically, and you go, why, and they are not able to articulate why they enjoy it, then I would say their opinion is not valid. But I think if they were able to articulate things, it could be as valid as yours. Yeah. What things do I rate off of a game? No, I think you're missing the point. I do rate games off of the same criteria that you do, but I'm understanding that the reasons I like those things, the reasons I might like a story, the reasons I might like a specific game mechanic, those things are going to be heavily influenced by what happened growing up for me, like how I got into Medium, what things that I did, what activities that I did, the culture that I was around, right? And because of that, my ability to rate those types of mechanics are not going to be the same as your ability to rate or enjoy those type of mechanics or those types of stories. So for me, I'll give a good example here. The first video game that I ever fell in love with, and it's probably still my favorite game ever made, is called Jak and Daxter: The Precursor Legacy. It is a fully open world platformer, 3D platformer collectathon, like Mario 64 style, but it's fully open world. And it's on the PS2. That game doesn't have any load times, and it has a pretty simple story, but it has very good lore. From my perspective, it had very interesting lore with the past civilization that used to occupy the planet, right? I love that game to death. For years, I had trouble playing games that had non-disguised loading times, because I would play the game as a kid and I'd be like, what is this fucking loading screen? Like, Jak and Daxter doesn't have this. And so that experience, not only did it make me not like loading screens, but when a game does things to take me out of the world and remove my immersion into it, I tend to not enjoy it as much. And that's just the truth. And my reasoning for that is like, I have to fight harder to like games that have loading screens or long load times or things that take you out of immersive. Games that are more just games, I tend to not enjoy as much. And that's partially because the first game that I fell in love with didn't have those things. And I'm a human, so I'm capable of understanding that that is a fault in my, not a fault in my thinking, but that is something about my thinking that is always there. And when I'm looking at other games, I have to consciously think about them differently, because that's just like not the natural way, because like that stuff can get locked into your brain. And so I'm also tend to be a bit of a closed-minded person, could be the autism or whatever, in terms of like being able to expand my thought and enjoy new things. So I have to actively try to be able to think about, like, it doesn't matter that there's long load times, it doesn't matter blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter that this is a different type of game. Like, you have to actively try and think about that. You know what I'm saying? I think what I'm saying made sense, but... And I don't think that also, I'm also talking about these from the perspective of myself, right? Your own self-perspective is infinite. So it's like, my perspective on these things and the way that I think about them are also shaped by who I am, both what I experienced growing up and how I am genetically through whatever, right? And so it's like, my perspective on this might actually just be different than yours, and we could just be incompatible humans because we're so different. We're so different that like your ability to perceive and accept my perspective on this might not even be the same, because you're able to just play any game and just boot them up and not think about other things, you know? Oof, what a rant. But I enjoy talking about this stuff, if you couldn't tell. I really enjoy talking about this type of stuff. You'll play anything that you vibe with? Here, I would say you playing anything that you vibe with is a standard. And I would also say that it's like... I would also say that, like, you might have, if you've not spent... I have spent a ton of time thinking about this. Why I like things, because it's fun for me. It's fun to think why I like a thing. Why would I like a thing? Is this a thing I could ever like? So I've spent so much time thinking about this that it's also not apparent that people don't do that. So I have to realize, oh, not everybody fucking thinks for 10 hours a day why they might like a thing, or why a thing might be fun for them and why it might not be fun for other people, and how it's influenced them since they were 8 years old playing Jack and Daxter on the play. Maybe not everyone is a psycho like me and thinking about that all day. And so that in and of themselves, people, you might have those things. You might have things that draw you to things naturally and inherently, but you haven't spent the time to analyze why you might like a thing. Know what I'm saying? My God, I was rambling, brother. All this talking, no shiny penguin. That's all right. We're just here. We're just here. We're having a good time. Curious to hear your extensive breakdown about why you prefer Blue Sky to X. Elon Musk is an evil person ruining America. I think it's immoral to support him. I don't care if that's where all your friends are. I don't care if that's where all your community is. I don't even care if you're an influence and you think that you need it for your job. I think he is a fucking evil person and you should fucking stop using the website. No? Interesting. If you disagree with me on that, I will just ban you, by the way. I think that if you have even remotely don't think that Elon Musk isn't a piece of shit, you're actually just not welcome here. Go fucking worship your Nazi saluting motherfucker elsewhere, you fucking freak. I truly hate everyone who, yeah. One of the people. Yeah, there's many. I just went on a huge rant. I'm not super interested in doing a big rant on Elon Musk and Trump. I think the problems are obvious. If you disagree with me, leave your chat. You're literally just not welcome here. Literally, straight up, if you're a conservative, if you think that Elon Musk is cool or smart, just please leave. I don't want you here. I don't like you. You're an idiot. Elon Musk is like the epitome of a fucking guy who like pretends to be smart and a genius. If you have a different opinion than me, you're wrong. No, I have reasons for thinking that if you have a different opinion than me in this specific respect that you're wrong. I just don't owe you an explanation in this moment. I don't feel like... Going on a political rant about Elon Musk or Trump or whatever takes a lot of emotional energy, and I did it a bunch earlier this year, and I don't feel like doing it right now. I don't have to constantly have this argument with people that are faceless to me and I don't know them. So I have valid reasons for not liking him and Trump and Twitter, but I don't have to argue with you. So it's not like it's because you have a different opinion than me than you're wrong. It's I don't want to have this argument right now. In general, you are not welcome here if you support Elon Musk because he is an insane conservative who fucking hates... yeah. You're remaining neutral on the whole Elon thing, then you're a fucking idiot. Then you're stupid. In fact, I'm specifically banning you because of that. Goodbye. Remaining neutral on the Elon thing. Okay, bye. Have a nice life. So stupid. This is not a safe place for conservatives or people who like Elon Musk. If you're conservative in America, I hate you. I want you to die. I'm glad you enjoyed them, Wildfire. I genuinely, yeah. True hatred to American conservatisms right now. If you're a political conservative and you voted for Donald Trump, you're actually just not welcome in my chat. I don't like you. I will never like you. I have never liked you. I think you're evil and you're ruining my country. And I think you have a lot of hate in your heart. And that's pretty much what I'll talk about. That's pretty much how I'll end it. Ugh. Those conservatives are ignorant. I agree that a lot of it is ignorance. Yeah. I think a lot of it is still hate, though. How you feel about crypto? I don't know. Whatever. Nick Cody, I banned you. And it's pretty easy to do that. Have a nice life. I hope you see the error in your ways while you vote for literally a fascist dude. It's crazy. Like, the craziest part is, like, American conservatives are literally engaging in physical harm to people right now for no reason, right? They are deporting citizens and people who are here legally, who have been here legally for decades. Legal, again, legal. This is political violence they're engaging on, and they are uprooting and ruining their lives for no reason. No reason. There is no reason. It is just you hate these people because they are a different race. That is what you're doing. You're engaging in political violence. But the moment you get a bit extreme, and I agree, saying it's like, if you're conservative, I hope you die. Obviously, it probably shouldn't be saying that. But, like, the moment that you get a bit extreme, they'll pull the card, whoa, don't you think it's crazy you wished violence on these people? It's like, you are engaging in violence right now. The political will towards trans people in America, that is violent. That is violent rhetoric. You are violently taking away abilities people to travel and get passports. Like, that is violence. That's violence. Taking someone's ability away to leave the country is violence. Deporting people who were here legally for no reason is violence. That is violence. So don't be surprised when people get very extreme back with you and engage in violence with you. The reason I said you have a lot of hate in your heart, the reason I said that is because, like, the reason to hate trans people, the reason to hate immigrants is out for no reason. It is just pure bigotry for no reason. You're just hating someone for literally no reason. Well, what a lot of people have been doing with the fascism thing is, I don't know how the right successfully conned people into this, but people basically, the right wing in America basically conned people into thinking that calling Donald Trump fascist was like blue-haired college students freaking out for no reason when he's actually been engaging in fascist rhetoric. Since his first campaign. Telling people that they aren't welcome is weird just because they don't have the same views. Okay, so Pigeon Mom, if you have the views that I hate trans people and I don't want to call trans people by the name that they want or by the gender that they view themselves as, that is you not being welcoming to trans people, right? So how can I have a space where trans people are welcome and you who has that view is also welcome? Those two things are diametrically opposed. They cannot exist in the same place. But you, who might hate trans people, doesn't understand that what you're doing is hate and not welcoming, and then you're crying about it to me. You're literally crying, Victoria, right now. Or, not Victoria, sorry. Pigeon Mom, hold on. This needs to be studied. This needs to be studied. Hold on, we need to all stop here. We need to pause. Pigeon Mom, you came into my chat. I want you to understand. You came into my chat crying that saying it's upsetting to you that people aren't welcome because they don't have the same views. Someone told you to leave, and then you said cry about it to her. Do you not see the irony in yourself? Like, are you a real person? Do you not see what you just did? You just cried about it, and then someone was like, leave, you're not welcome. And then you're like, you're crying about it because I'm here. Like, how do you not see the irony? Like, again, how can I have a space where gay people are welcome? How can I have a space where gay people are welcome, where there is but also welcoming people who go to a church where they hate gay people and think they're going to hell and think it shouldn't be legal to be gay? How can I have a space where both of these people are included? I'm serious. Tell me how I can have a space where both of these people are included. How can that happen? It can't happen. So that's why you have to have spaces. What hate am I spitting out? Towards conservatives who are choosing to be like that and were not born a specific way. Conservatives are choosing to hate people for no reason, rather than conservatives are choosing to hate people. They weren't born a specific way. I came to play Pokemon. You're never gonna get streams of me not being political. It's almost impossible. Because at the end of the day, I'm not trying to destroy a person, but it's like, LOL, I'm a bot. Yeah, I believe it. Oh, well, there's fish sticks there. Again, you've also never once answered any of the things I said where like X thing is diametrically opposed, by the way. Like, you've never been able to answer it because there is no correct answer, because your goal is just to like instigate, right? You're too stupid to actually engage in any of the fucking points that I've made. You're focusing on one thing, where I hate conservatives, which I do because they're evil and they're ruining my country. And then when I'm like, oh, well, how can I make a space where both people are welcome? You can't answer it because you're a fucking idiot. Because you're stupid. You were indoctrinated into this ideology since a child, and you're incapable of individual thought and thinking about things separately. You just go to Elon Musk and you go, Daddy, tell me what to think, and you slurp it up. You fucking loser, dude. God. The people who talk the most about free thought are literally incapable of engaging in it. It's unbelievable. No, but please tell me your answer. Tell me your answer. How can I have a place where people come in and they go, I hate trans people, I think gay people shouldn't be allowed to live? Tell me about how I can have a space where those people exist and then also gay people are welcome. Tell me, no, please tell me. I'd love to hear your answer. I'd love to hear your answer. You're so smart. Tell me, please. It's good. No, there's a good answer. I'm sure you have it. I'm just waiting on the answer. Just waiting on the answer. I'm sure you'll have a good one for me. Maybe you're suckling on Elon's teat right now, waiting for the answer to come through his little milkies. Oh. Yeah, exactly. I know that's the answer, but the thing is, Diamond Dude, and this is the reason they stopped typing, by the way, is because when I asked them that, they know that's their answer, right? So a person like Pigeon Mom, who is in, I didn't ban them, by the way, they just haven't answered, right? And the reason they haven't answered is because they don't want to double down. They don't want to say what you do. Why did the left get so triggered? Exactly. You can't answer me. Answer my fucking question, Pigeon Mom, you pussy. It's like unbelievable, right? You can't answer my question because you are too cowardly to say out loud. You are too cowardly to say out loud, I want a space where gay people aren't allowed. You can't own your position because you're a coward, because you know that your position makes you sound like a fucking lunatic. It makes you sound like a lunatic. But you can't answer the question, right? And it's like, oh, why do leftists get so triggered? It's because you are baiting me and then not answering me. And I'm engaging with you in good faith, expecting you to be able to answer things, right? But you are a loser who cannot accept. You don't want to say your positions out loud. You don't want to say, no, I think gay people shouldn't be allowed to exist. I think they shouldn't be allowed to marry. Because, again, you sound like a fucking lunatic. You're too cowardly to defend your own positions, right? You just want to subtweet about it and make people, like, you just want to crazy make, right? That's what you want to do. That's your strategy. And it's, like, deeply upsetting how efficacious it is. I banned them for that, by the way. Because you also don't get to say, I just don't want to talk about it while constantly talking about it in chat. No, after that answer, they weren't going to ever talk. So they just get banned. You only get so many chances from me. So annoying, dude. It's so disgusting. Like, dude, fucking, who said it? Diamond Dude. Diamond Dude is the GOAT for saying that. The answer is easy. They believe we don't deserve to have any spaces free from discrimination, so they should be allowed everywhere. Diamond Dude is saying what the conservatives don't want to say. Because again, if conservatives adopt and own that position publicly, no one would support them. No one would support them. Or there'd be a lot less support. There are people who do own that, but like, there are people who own that position publicly, by the way, and they look insane. It's people like, what's the one church? I don't remember the church. There's like, I can't remember the name of it. You know the one I'm talking about, right? Like, it's like the church that, like, goes and, like, they protest Westboro Baptist. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking of. It's like they do shit like that. They do shit like that. Latter-day Saints. I don't know much about... It's not the church I'm thinking of. I don't know much about the Mormon church. About the school indoctrinating church. It's the... I think there is, for the record, I think there is some ability to, like, be able to have a political conversation and disagree on certain, like, policy positions, right? I even think, like, I think there is, like, not, like, I think there is no topic that should be off limits in terms of having an actual difficult conversation about something, right? Like, I think that there should be informed, intelligent people discussing generally the accepted age range. It is safe for children to, like for us to be able to understand when children actually know they're trans. Like, that's not a conversation I should be having on the stream because I am not a smart person. And I generally believe people know, like, when they are trans and what their genders are and stuff like that. Well, I'm not saying a conservative should be doing it. I'm saying educated people. Like, regardless of your political ideology, like, you shouldn't be having a pushing point of, like, you don't go into a conversation talking about, like, trans youth medical scenario, right? Talking about, I'm a conservative, this is my perspective. I'm a liberal, I'm a leftist, this is my perspective, right? You have doctors who are like, this is like, they should just be doctors talking about safeties and age ranges for things, right? Stuff like that, like, regardless of, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's the same thing. Like, I think these are, I even think some, I don't know, man. It's like people who are educated and actually studying, like, safety effects, and it's like, at what age do kids actually even understand the concept of gender, right? Like, that's the type of shit that I'm talking about, right? Because, like, I generally believe in kids' ability to transition. I generally even believe that puberty blockers are very helpful for the suicide rates of trans people. So, like, I think there's probably a place for them medically. And the other end of the extreme is, like, deleting them and not have it. It's like, no, it's like there needs to be people who, like, study when children generally on average can understand that, like, what gender is conceptually. And no, I'm not saying it should be. I'm just saying, like, these are I'm saying I'm not opposed to conversations like this happening. But I'm just saying, like, because conservatives, I think a lot of targeting conservatives do towards people, right? I think you'll get a conservative like this, like Pigeon Mom or whoever else was in the chat, right? And I think they will say, like, leftists don't even want to have any conversation about this type of stuff. And, like, my point is, no, there should be conversations about these types of things, but, like, it can't be, the starting point for the conversation isn't that trans people are evil and should die. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's, like, I think difficult conversations need to happen, and I think, like, there needs to be concrete laws about when things happen on purpose, etc., etc. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I'm muddling my point here a bit by getting lost in the weeds about what I'm trying to say. But, like, my point is never to shut down a difficult conversation. My point is that people need to be treated, like, with respect, and educated people need to be the ones doing, like, you need to be, yeah. I think that's not the point what I was trying to make, even though I agree with it, but yeah. So it's like, I don't know. Like, I'm not opposed to having difficult conversations about what things are okay and when they're okay. Actually, it's really funny. It's really funny about it. Like, one of my favorite things to do with people getting mad about trans people is they will, the first thing, if you've ever noticed this, people who like hate trans people or like don't agree with the trans stuff, like, I don't know why I'm saying the trans stuff, but like, they don't agree with trans people existing or whatever. The first thing that they'll say is they'll go, well, what about sports? Sports isn't fair. Like, it's not fair, right? The easiest thing you can do with that is you frame one, agree with them, and say, you're right. Trans people, they should not be in any sports at all. You agree. What's your actual point now? Please, go. They can never say anything after that because they don't have any foundation in reality. Do you know what I mean? There's no foundation in reality after the sports thing. And so when you do that to them, they just become they have no ability to argue after. Even if you don't believe it, you could just say it to be like, okay, what's your next point? What's your next point? Tell me about your next point. I'd love to know. I'd love to know what your next point is after that. Because once that happens, they don't have any answer. It's really funny. Elon is like a eugenics supporter. Because that's the reason he has so many that's the reason he has so many kids, right? He thinks that he's really smart and that like smart people have an obligation to have more kids for society because the more smart people there are, society will be better. Because I don't think from what I understand, he doesn't sleep with all these women, right? He like has a sperm bank and he gives them the ability to have kids from him. Like that's his thing. It's like really weird. It's so strange, man. By the way, I didn't thank you for the $5, Ree. I appreciate the $5. My goat. Okay, sorry. Whew. Hold on. I might have to get up. I haven't done a political rant like this in a long time. I've been keeping it all inside. I didn't even want to do it today. Bro. But I got so fucking tilted from these goddamn sea lioning motherfuckers. Because part of the truth of it is, if this person, Pigeon Mom or whatever, was able to like actually, I could have a conversation with a conservative if they were able to have the ability to exist in reality, if that makes sense. Like if they were just bigoted and had the wrong views, and I could slowly have a conversation with them over time, trying to explain to them, it's like, hey, like, you know, you're freaking out about trans people, but they're 0.1% of the population. It's like the reason that I call Trump a fascist is because what Hitler did was he looked at 0.1, he looked at like 1 or 2% of Germany's population and blamed all of Germany's population problems on a minority, which is what Trump is doing. So like, can you see, and it's like, can you agree that's what's happening here? And then they say yes, and then you continue and you talk about them a little bit. But none of them can ever do it. Why can't they do it? Why can't any of them just talk? It's crazy. I don't understand why none of them can do it. They all just get mad, and then they call you triggered because they can't use their big boy words. It's like, why? It's like, but like, then the thing is, what you have to realize is they're actually doing it on purpose to crazy make you, right? The reason they don't engage and actually say anything is because their mind is made up. They don't want to change their mind. And then they know that if they make you get frustrated by repeatedly not answering their questions, you will look like a triggered liberal or whatever they want to call them. And then they will get mad. You know what I mean? It's part of the strategy. It's actually just on purpose. It's literally on purpose. But then even me, I'm basically in a room talking to myself. I mean, I know I'm talking to you guys, but even me saying this, verbalizing this strategy out loud, even me verbalizing this strategy out loud, I sound a little crazy to myself. Do you know what I mean? That's how efficacious this strategy is. Because even alone, talking to myself, knowing what I'm saying is true, I sound a little crazy. That's how efficacious the strategy is. It's so nuts, dude. Whew. All right, I need water and maybe more coffee. They can't do it because it recognized out loud. That's also true. Yep. That's true too. Thank you, Thomas. I don't think that I'm very intelligent, but I appreciate you. I appreciate your support, homie. Whew. Okay. I actually have to piss really bad, and I'm gonna refill my water and get a small cup of coffee. Oh. All right. Hello. I'm back. I made myself a sandwich too because I'm hungry. Oh. Whew. All right. Let's get out of here. I did not encounter a single shiny. I just made a PB&J. It's been my go-to lunch this week. I don't know what's up with it. Kirby. PB&J is kind of the GOAT. It's really yummy, and it's also a little bit bad for you and a little bit good for you at the same time. I just do grape jelly. I'll do whatever jelly we have in the house. Today it's great, but last week I had like a peach one. That was really yummy. Peanut butter and maple syrup? That sounds gas. Yeah, my wife's favorite strawberry. You know who loves Nutella? The fucking Italians, bro. Them bitches love hazelnut. Dude, when I was in Italy, we walked past a McDonald's and they had, you know how like some places for ketchup, they'll have like pumps for ketchup or mustard or something? At McDonald's, they had pump for ketchup, pump for mustard, and a pump for Nutella. It was crazy. I didn't get the McDonald's in Italy. I just saw it through the window. I was like, what the fuck? And all the hotels we stayed at, they had, like, for breakfast, they would have, like, little jams. You know, like those little jams or little butter packets. And then also Nutella packets. Yo, thank you for the $2, Boba Fett. I'm chewing, so I'll answer in a second. Favorite regional variant, Alolan, etc. Let me think. I really like Alolan Executor off the top of my head. Who do we have? I'm looking at the Alolan form right now. Okay, I really like Alolan Executor. Let me look at the Galarian forms. Yeah, I like Marmalade. None of the Galarian ones are doing it for me. I like the birds. I like all three. I don't like Moltres that much, but Articuno and Zapdos are really good. And then what's the Hisuian? Hisuian, nah. Typhlosion's probably the best Hisuian in my estimation, but it's not that I don't like Moltres. Oh, that was fine. Oh, it's dead now if it was. It's not that I don't like Moltres, it's that it's just like a little plain for me. Or later. They have the wrong type, and you'll die on that hill? What hill? What types do they have? I think I'll lock in Alolan Exeggutor as my favorite regional variant. I think it's a Pokemon I didn't care that much before it had a regional form, and once it got the regional form, I really liked it. I do like Aptos a lot. They can't be denied. Quality Pokemon. I think I like a lot of the concepts for regional variants more than I like the end result of the Pokemon. What up, James? How you doing? It's going good. It's going well, I should say, if I want to be grammatically correct. It's so funny when... oh my god. I spilled a bunch of jelly. Hold on. I didn't even see it. How did I miss my plate? What the fuck? I always think it's really funny when, when other Pokemon games have, like Diamond Dude just said, I hate Galarian Zigzagoon because the card was annoying. It's like, I don't know anything about the TCG at all. So it's really funny to me that... like, you know, Galarian Zigzagoon could never be good in Pokemon. In, like, the video game, right? It could never be good in any of the main metas. And that, like, in another game, it could be... It's almost like in Pokemon Go, someone being like, yo, Fearow fucking OP. And it's like, that would just be funny to me. Like, so it's, like, really funny to me that Pokemon that I think of as, like, unevolved garbage, or just a bad Pokemon in general for competitive play, in another version of the game is, like, actually kind of the GOAT. So I always think that's funny. Yeah, I've heard Charjabug being good in Pogo. I've heard of that before. I don't know the details, but I've heard of it for sure. I am, yeah. Once I kind of learned... Well, I never super strongly resonated with the label of man or masculine. And then, like, once I learned what, like, I put, like, a name to it, and it's like, yeah, I never really changed my appearance or anything, or because I don't feel. It's not like I don't really hate how I look for the most part. It's more about like defining what I am based on my gender is like something that is like I don't like, and I don't like the idea that people are judging me based on my gender from start. So I started feeling more and more like that. Well, I don't have, like, some people who are non-binary do have, like, body dysphoria. Which I don't really. In fact, I like having a beard. I do like long hair more than I like short hair. So I'm probably growing my hair out. Again, I like having my nails painted too. But it's more like societal roles and like pressures for being like masculine or feminine or man or whatever. It's like I don't really like those things. I don't like them, I don't agree with them, I don't feel like... I don't like the idea that people like look at me and they're like, that's a man, this is a person who should be X, and it's like, I don't like that either. So it's like, that started making me think like different ways, yeah. It's like, I started thinking like, well, like, you know, I'm married to a woman, it's like, I cook more, and it's more like gender non-conforming. No. I think of myself as NB because it's like an active rejection of both masculinity and femininity towards my identity. That's like what it is from my perspective. For me, personally. It's a rejection of like gender norms for as what like I am as like a, I guess it's, yeah, and I do actively think of myself as that, as NB, but it's like through the lens of like I am not these things. Yeah, but I don't like that. Societal pressures can be true and make people the way that they are because of the way that they grew up, but like it doesn't mean that like I want to be like I don't know. I often struggle to put into words more than what I've said. Oh, okay. It's not that I don't like to be defined by the average, it's that I don't like people look at me and think like that's a man. Like they make, I don't like having things assumed about me based on the gender that I was born as. And then like it makes me feel like very uncomfortable. It's not like like that's what makes me uncomfortable, I guess. I don't feel like I don't like it. I don't like the feeling of it. I don't like thinking about it. I don't like thinking of myself that way. It's like when I think about myself, the gender I was born at, even before I realized that I identify with this non-binary, like even before I realized, one of the last things I thought about myself as, it's like, I never thought about myself like as X way, as man, as X, as, like I thought about myself as Jake, likes, like has these things, like has these interests, like the masculinity of it was like literally like last on my fucking line, you know? It's like it was never even something that I even thought about, unless other people were putting it onto me. They were like, oh, you're a man, you should be able to do this. It's like, well, shut the fuck up. Like, I don't care about this, like, you know what I mean? Like, that type of stuff. And so it's like, I never fell in line with that type of pressure, and I never, like, it always made me feel uncomfortable, and I didn't have, like, a lot of words for, like, why such a thing could be true. You know what I mean? And it was, like, after I learned the word for it, was, like, more what I ended up. And I'm not saying, like, I didn't have certain masculine pressures or tendencies because of how I was treated when I was grown up. But, yeah. Stray Games, competitive Pokemon as a full-time job was pretty good. The video that I made? Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I think this is Kirby music. Man, I've chilled out. That PB&J helped me out, bro. I was in the struggle. This is Meadow Breeze Kirby Mass Attack. I think I just burnt a lot of energy arguing with those people is what happened. I mean, I have noticed that, like, the best way... I have noticed that the best way to get people, like... Most people will become understanding if you, like... like, an example is my grandma. My grandma's never, like, a bigoted woman. I never heard her say a hateful thing towards anyone in her entire life. She was a... I think she went to a Lutheran church or something. I don't know. And it was like, her church was like kind of convincing her like a little bit like gay people shouldn't get married and like it's kind of not good to be gay or something. And my mom had a gay boss, a lesbian boss at the time who had just adopted a kid. And they were very nice. I remember Lucy and Anna were super duper nice. And my grandma was like, I don't know, like she was starting to say some stuff that was like, making our family a little bit uncomfortable. Like, you know, she would say stuff like, I don't know if gay people should get married. This is like 2005, like George Bush era shit. And my mom was like, what if Jake or Scott is gay? Like, would you not go to their wedding? And she was like, well, no, I would. And she's like, okay, well then think about how, you know, think about how that would make your grandkids feel if they were gay and your grandma sang the shit. And like she didn't stop saying it, but like it was clear like that wasn't enough for her to get it. And so my mom has a barbecue where her lesbian bosses and their kid is there, and my grandma is also there. And then after everybody leaves, my grandma goes up to my mom and goes, "Oh, they're just a normal family. I get it." And my mom was like, "Yeah." And sometimes that's all people need, is they just need to see it in action. They just need to see people being normal. They just need to see people being human beings. And that's all it will take. Now, is there people who are definitely not going to be like that, where you show them a gay couple at a party and then they don't, and they go the other way and they like make a scene and are like freaks and stuff? Yeah, but like sometimes it's all you need. This is obviously not the same for like the people who have gone off the deep end Fox News type shit people, but like, you know, my grandparents weren't like that, right? They were generally non-hateful people who were being pushed a smidge of conservatism by the church that they went to. So it's obviously, it's a different example, but like, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes all people need to know is, you know, sometimes people just need to not, they just need to see something to not hate it, you know? Just see that there's no difference. They're just like us. Obviously, that doesn't always work because like fucking we had slavery. And it's like, if there were people who just, you had to have that shit, you know what I mean? Like, if seeing people enough was enough to make them not hate, then it, you know, that wouldn't have happened, but yeah. Whatever, we get it. I think we all know what I'm trying to talk about here. Wife sent TikTok. Must watch out of. What she sent me. I think being pessimism pilled is not the way to be. I think you have to have hope for the future and you have to not quit. You're allowed to have a day. You can have one day where you're super depressed, but then the rest of the days you got to keep trying. Because the second we give up on fellow people is the second it actually goes to shit, you know? But some people just have irrational behaviors. W, blue sky follower, obtained. Yeah, listen, everywhere is different, Rashi. I'm sorry that you're in a scenario like that. Quite frankly, America's, half of it is that at this point. One of the candidates for papacy is super progressive. Well, a lot of... Okay. You're not going to... I should not talk about religion on stream. I'm very, very anti-religious. There's not gonna be very much productive conversation coming from this. But I've generally heard that... the Pope Francis, who was also considered pretty progressive, he did the most in statements for new, he did the most amount of upgrading to new cardinals ever, and pretty much everyone he picked is very progressive. I'm very extreme. I'm very extreme on it. I have to either accept that I'm incorrect or my beliefs are just too radical for my own time. Yeah. Wow, do you guys notice that Miraidon's thingies is almost the non-binary colors? It's using black. But that even looks like the correct shades of purple and yellow to me. Has this been pointed out before? I've just observed it in this moment. Have people said this before? This is very iconic of Miraidon. It is, right? It looks like it, doesn't it? Am I fucking crazy, bro? Yeah, I'm being a bit inefficient. I need to be refreshing the bundles more if I want to get this thing anytime soon. By the way, gamers, if you're having a good time, please consider hitting the like button. We're at 130 viewers, but only 80 likes. And I don't want to rat anybody out, but the poll has 100% of people saying yes, they did click like, which obviously isn't the case. Second of all, if you're having a good time and you want to support me a little more, you could consider becoming a channel member. Channel membership is only $1.99 a month. You get access to my videos behind early. My newest video about Zapdos, if you haven't seen it, that video was up for 2 days for channel members before that went live to the public. You also get a special chat in my Discord. You get a bunch of emoji that you can use. You get access to behind the scenes content. I'm just a solo op content creator. It's just me, that nobody else. I do commission my thumbnails sometimes. Been on a little bit of a commission spree lately, supporting the artists. But yeah, it would be helpful to me. It'd mean a lot. So if you have the spare cash and you like me enough, you want to do it, please consider it. And I do have some bonuses for you all if you join up. It's not just a pay Blissy, get nothing type thing. It's a pay Blissy, get shit early, get access to Discord, etc. Do I get to decide the member rate? First of all, Twitch is $6 now, isn't it? Isn't Twitch $5.99 now? And second of all, I can pick. I have 4 levels. I have $1.99 a month, which is Happini tier. That's just for anybody who wants to become a member, and I tried to make it cheap to get it on the ground if people wanted to support me. Just a cheap option. There's Chansey, which is the old Twitch price, which is $4.99 a month. And then I have 2 tiers for people who just want to support me more, with both Blissy and Blissed God tier. I don't really have much benefit for those 2 tier. Those are for just people who I just put the option there because it's like I'd be stupid to not put an option there if people wanted to pay me more money. Oh, it's because of the Android and iPhone, isn't it? The stores upcharge you. Twitch has to pay money for every charge. Twitch has to pay money for every charge through the App Store or through iPhone's store. And they raise the price to get the cost onto the consumer. Someone said these look like a GameCube game. I don't necessarily disagree per se, but I'm not super concerned with graphical fidelity. Really, I don't care. Like, if Scarlet and Violet visually looked exactly like this, if Scarlet and Violet visually looked exactly like this 100%, but there was no frame rate issues, no choppiness, no glitches, no popping, I would not have complained once about the visuals. Just like I didn't complain about the visuals in Sword and Shield. A lot of people in Sword and Shield, a lot of people were complaining about Sword and Shield's graphics. I thought the games looked fine. I don't really, like, fidelity like that doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that the game fucking functions. Which, as you can see, sort of... some interesting things are happening here. I mean, I don't think Scarlet and Violet look bad all the time. Or, I don't really, yeah, I don't know. I'm generally not a fan of how they make people look more like lanky and human-like in the more recent Pokemon games. For me, I think like XY ORAS had my favorite art style for Pokemon games. I like the chibi style characters, I guess you could say. What is my username on Blue Sky? It's just at blisy.net. Because you can like randomly make your tag the Blue Sky is weird because it has like a bunch of technical things that you can connect it to via, right? It's supposed to be like a bunch of like open API stuff that you can do for free. I don't really know what the stuff that you can do with it is. Like you can build... I don't know what Mastodon is either, to be honest. But yeah. It's got a bunch of weird stuff that it can do. It looks cool. I don't know much about it. I haven't seen one in a little while. But yeah, like my handle is my website. Like I was able to make my B-Sky handle just my website's name of blisy.net. Check, welcome to Happiny. Appreciate you, bro. Everybody send some Blisy love to Checkstar, my goat. Thank you so much. I really, genuinely, I appreciate it. Like I said, smaller creator. Every buck helps me out a lot. Like, for real, for real. You guys are awesome. Blisy, hey, Patrick! I appreciate you, I appreciate you. I have 17 notifications. What the fuck? Oh, Goku followed me and liked my last 15 posts. That was really funny. Thank you for the follow, Goku. Appreciate you, bro. Blisy indifference, Blisy ambivalence. Bro, I don't have dude. I don't have ambivalence, gang. I'm just a little low. I spent all of my pent-up energy screaming at the conservatives earlier. So I'm like now a little bit more chilled out. We'd just be doing a vibe scenario. We'd just be hanging. I wish Rhydon had like a spin thing that it could do, rather than just getting goobed. Don't apologize for that. It was awesome. I respect you more for it. The funniest part is I wish I could not do it sometimes, not for any other reason than I actually don't. It's like I need to do it as like an exercise of self-control. Like I don't have the ability to not do it. To like not get like fucking involved like that. Like I even said beforehand, like I was like, ugh, I don't want to talk about this right now because I generally wasn't in the mood to talk about that stuff. But I literally just couldn't help myself. It was like, it's like not possible. It's like a little bug in my brain. You know what I'm saying? No, it's not anyone else's fault but my own. I should have the ability to like, I should have the ability to exercise I'm a human with will. I should have the ability to exercise self-control to not do things that I want to and to do things that I do want to. Or do we have will? Are there any based determinism believers here like me? Free will ain't a real thing. I used to think like that for a while. I'm on the fence now. I used to be a very heavy determinist. But after reading Stephen Hawking's book, he sort of swayed me away from determinism with his very good explanations of quantum mechanics. Determinism is 98% people using it as an excuse for their shortcomings. I don't do that. Because the thing is, you can't live as if you don't have will. Even if you say that you're doing that, I don't think you can. The truth is I am shackled by destiny, then killed me. Oh my god. Thinking of determinism as destiny is a very interesting perspective. Determinism is hijacked by creeps and wannabe alpha males? What? I've not heard of this. For me, it's more about, like, not the philosophy of it, but the science of it. Where it's like the macro world doesn't seem to be affected by the random nature of the quantum worlds. And it's like, well, we're starting to more get produced results of quantum effects on our macro world. And so it's like, okay, well, maybe I'm leaning away towards it. But it's like the necessary truth of like quantum measurements where it's like you can only determine you can only have like one precise measurement on it, like causing some amount of randomness. Like you can only determine the probability of things. It's like maybe that's just our depth of understanding to that isn't correct, and you could get to some deeper level where it's you could then solve for the actual truth of the equation in the matter. I don't really think, like, the way I think of determinism isn't as like a destiny or a fate, is that it's like I think of it more as like the nature of the universe, where it's like that it like things. If you had a powerful enough computer and you could input the same exact starting parameters as our universe, it would go exactly the same way. But I don't use that to like think about not doing things. It's almost like my belief in determinism is fully divorced from the way that I behave in real life, because it's not possible to believe in determinism. From my perspective anyway, it's not possible to believe in determinism and then not act as if that I am not shackled by it, because how else can I act? Even if I don't have will or freedom of choice on my own, I feel like I do, and therefore the actions that I'm taking, I feel like I'm acting them out appropriately, you know? So there's no way for me to reconcile the belief with the feeling. And so I just accept the belief can be true, and then I behave the other way anyway, you know what I'm saying? So believing in determinism has no actual bearing on like the way that I behave. And like I said, I was kind of swayed away from it recently by the Stephen Hawking book, because he explained quantum mechanics very well in it, and like got me to believe it's like, fuck, maybe actually that shit is not solvable. Sometimes what I think about is how little that I think about when I do things. Yeah. What I'm talking about more so is like, we have multiple times now thought that there was nothing smaller or nothing more. Multiple times now we have thought that there is no more truth. Like, the atom was called the atom because it's like the Greek word for the smallest thing, right? The quantum world, we also think, like, it's not impossible that there is another world smaller than the quantum world that doesn't have randomness and doesn't have indetermination, like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, right? It's not infeasible that there is a world of smaller particles, or whatever you want to call them, that are smaller or more, what's the word I'm thinking of? Like, basic or like truthful. Like I'm thinking of like the word where it's like the foundational. There is a world where there's something more foundational than quantum, and that has no uncertainty and no randomness to it, that gives rise to quantum mechanics having some amount of uncertainty. But if we know the base of what is doing quantum mechanics, we could then understand the nature of uncertainty and gain more correct on probability, right? I don't think that's probably, like, basically from what I understand, it's probably not true, but there's a world in which that is a truth, right? You know what I'm saying? There is a world in which there is more than that, you know? Strong believer in many worlds theory? I am not, actually. Actually, that's stuff that's been making me spiral a little bit lately, is the nature of reality, the nature of the universe, and the nature of how can universe be. I guess I struggle with the concept that the reality is not an infinite amount of nesting dolls containing, because it's like, right, like if we have a spherical universe and we could travel from one point, travel in an infinite direction, and then we hit the end, we hit our starting point again. Or either way, if we have a different, like we have a flat universe. Like either way, there would be no way to, the question of like, can you escape the confines of the universe? Insofar as like, can you leave the reality that we're in? Like, it doesn't really make sense the same way you ask the question of like, can we leave the Earth? And like the fact that that question doesn't really make much sense is a little bit confusing to me, because when I try to envision that the universe has a shape, I have to envision that the universe is contained within something to then have a shape in, but that's not necessarily the case, which is like, it's like, it just hurts my brain, you know? I don't even know what American Dream Theory is. The uncertainty principle isn't really creating randomness. It's the way these things functions mean they can't be measured, so we can never gain a full understanding of it. Like, it doesn't matter what type of resolution or tools that we have. Like, a quantum particle can never be measured in both ways at once. Right? It's not possible. It's impossible. And so because of that, we can never determine the outcome to always be X or X. It has to be a certain probability of something. The universe is infinite in size, no matter only having a certain number of ways to be assembled. You eventually encounter a complete copy of yourself. I don't think that's necessarily true. The universe itself, space, is it not possible for it to be infinite in size, but there to still be a finite amount of particles? Is that not true? Does the question I've just stated make any sense? What is space with a lack of massive material? Space is definitely a thing. I think that's pretty well been determined by this point, right? Infinitely long and not repeating. You don't have to have a copy. Ooh, interesting. Good analogy, Diamond Dude. Alright, we're gonna do the drop down technique. I wish I didn't start here and I just started at like the top part for the Bundys. Like I just started falling. Yeah. The whole thing is very sad. I knew Hacks. I met him several times. He came to my locals that I used to host. And I met him at several others. Like, I didn't know him very well, but, like, I met him multiple times. And Quady, welcome to Happy Knee. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. In New Jersey, you have the exact same experience. Yeah. I mean, like, it's also being, like, hijacked by, like, a bunch of insane, like cretins. I don't really know what else to call Manalord and technicals, like, hijacking it. It's very insane.
Thanks for the donation.
It's, like, actually nuts to me. I don't know why so many people are also, like, it's like so many people are obsessed with it, like... Oh, thank you, and Quady, good luck. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's really sad, Ryan, dude. It's actually, like, really sad. I've personally known a couple of people who have also, like, lost their mind over this this thing. Like, there was a kid, so I was, like, a local TO for, like, 4 or 5 years. And like, there was this kid who used to come to my locals called Just Jason. And I saw him make a fucking Reddit post about how all the TOs were evil and they were conspiring to fucking kill hacks. And I was like, I TO'd you. Like, tell me that I was evil. Tell me that I was evil for, like, you know what I mean? It was like, tell me, right? Like, yeah, like, the guy just lost his fucking mind, bro. I don't understand. Like, nobody's doing TOing. You're not TOing, especially not locals, for anything other than the fucking love of the game, bro. Arguably, you're TOing because you hate yourself. You're not fucking good enough to win. You still want to be a part of the community. You have to deal with all these people's whining. Oh my lord. And you get paid dog ass from it, bro. If you get paid anything at all. And I get kids fucking telling me that all TOs are evil. Alright, bruh. Yeah, I'm sure, man. You're right. Still on? What do you mean? Yeah, unhinged, man. It's crazy. Dude, I actually felt like I was losing my mind. It made me feel like I was losing my mind because there's so many, but they're all just like bad actors. It's actually kind of crazy. Actually, I had to unfollow Simple Flips because of this. Because I really liked his videos. And I really liked his, like, self-improvement mindset. But then, like, the stuff he was starting to post about it, I was like, he referred to the TOs as hacks not talking about Leffen or not begging people behind the scenes to get unbanned as part of his unbanned condition. He referred to it as gagging him. And I was like, I was like, what's going on? Simpleflip is like a Mario maker, Mario 64 creator. And he, like, randomly just got involved and, like, mega sided with hacks. Like, saying that he never should have been banned and, like, and that, like, the TOs put a gag order on him and told him to shut up. And I was like, bro, I was like, what? This guy doesn't know he's... I was like, why is this guy, like, fighting so hard? I literally had to... I was, like, shocked. I was like, real, like... I don't know. I don't even think it's impossible. You think that there was injustice regarding hacks, like his bans were too long or something like that. And also thinking that like I don't know. I don't think it's impossible that you think like maybe it was the initial ban being permanent was too harsh, while also thinking like, okay, well maybe he should have been in the first, like. But I pretty much find myself agreeing with most of the process. Like his initial bans, justified. His reban, justified. Like, I don't know. Like, it's hard. I guess I have to put myself in his shoes where he feels like he felt like he had no community, no support, no structure, but I don't know. We'll have to wait for people to like talk about it more like openly. In general, I am sad that he passed. Like, it is very unfortunate. It's like you always want to see someone turn it around. Yeah, no, like, people saying, like, if we unbanned him, he wouldn't have tried to kill himself, and therefore wouldn't have had these complications. Like, that's insane. Like, if you've ever been in, like, a relationship with an insane person who says they're gonna kill themselves if they leave you, like, you know that's just... Like, anyone who's had that experience just instantly understands, like, not doing what someone... Like, placating someone's needs because they said they're gonna kill themselves is not the correct course of action, and then if they do follow up, you are not responsible for that. Yeah, I don't know. I've also been a bit disillusioned with the Melee scene because I'm a box player, and in person, I've never had any problems, ever. But, dude, the online, like, the SSBM Reddit is insanely toxic towards the controller rule set discussion. It just makes me feel, like, so sad and unwanted. And I'm like, you guys would really rather me never play the game again than have box controllers be legal? It's actually getting to a point where it's making me sad. It's like, like, I don't mind box cheater jokes. I don't mind nerfs for the most part. Like, but it's just like, damn, these people really just would rather me fucking quit than play on a box and go 2-2 that way, you know? The box does not make tech skill any easier, I will say. And that was not my experience with the box. To me, the box was very, very difficult to learn. It took a long time for me to get any better at it. Like, I don't think the actions in like, maybe certain parts... I don't know, I'm trying to think what would even be... There are a few things that are easier. Right, shield dropping is just easier on the box, that's just it. More repeatable? No, because it's... The box will only be easier with anything that is involving specific angles. So it's like, if you're talking about like a fox doing like multi-shining, it's not going to be any easier on a controller or a box, because... Right, the difficulty of that is the strict timing. The timing isn't any different. No, the box doesn't make timing any easier. timings are the same on the GameCube or box. There's no difference. No, an input like a multi-shine has no difference between digital directional inputs. Like a multi-shine is just hitting the jump button. Multi-shine is multiple inputs. And the instant directional input isn't necessarily an advantage for a timing window. It's an advantage for, like, speed. Like, if you have that... Well, I mean, they nerfed it anyway. And the boxes have to play on... with the time travel nerf now. But, it's not really a time... Like, I don't find that it helped me time things better. It's an advantage because you can do anything involving an analog stick quicker because you will get to the position faster. That is an advantage for sure. Yeah. I think the only advantage it's giving you is with analog stick inputs. And I think people don't talk about how there's disadvantages to the box that are actually notable. Like, my recovery is just significantly worse with Falco and Fox to this day. You have to be extremely patient. I don't really care about the patience aspect of it's just I'm just doing it. It's hard to get upset about how long something takes if you're like if you're overly concerned about the end result. Like, that is what's gonna get your patience, right? Like, I'm not sitting here thinking about where's the bundle. I need the bundle. Bundle. I'm sitting here thinking like about like talking to Ryan about the box or talking to whoever about hunting or whatever. It's like I'm living in the moment rather than living for the end result of the thing. So it's like I don't really have any... I'm not really thinking about whether or not I'm unlucky or lucky or how I am mad that I have to wait, etc. Like, you know what I mean? It's like I don't get... None of that matters. I'm just sitting here. I look at birds show up. I wait a little bit. I watch birds drop off cliff. I leave. I thought only changes when a shiny's on screen. Yeah, well, not really. It's like when a shiny shows up, I'm like, oh, I hope that's the one. But it's like not more than that. Because right now I'm not even doing the main task, right? The main task is catching shiny bundles and hoping their attack number is low, right? That's the main task at hand here. So this is like a task to allow me to do the main task. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm just like sitting here doing a fucking tertiary task. Going bundle? Be Chrome, please. I think that's it. Listen, it also helps I'm streaming, right? I have chat to bounce off of. I have relaxing music. That's true as well. Well, when you can't think of cumulative probability like that, right? The way I think of it when it comes to cumulative probability like that, I don't think of it as like it makes, because a lot of people fall into the trap of believing that it means the next one is more likely to show up. When in reality, it just means it has become increasingly less likely for this event to not happen to you, which I think sounds similar, but like is not really similar. You know what I mean? These bundles ain't beating the not chrome allegation. Taru. There's always one little friend down there. I'm surprised. This will be the 4th sandwich with no shiny if it happens. Which would be a smidge unlucky. Or it would feel a smidge unlucky. I don't know if it would be unlucky or not, actually. To be fair. Sometimes people comment the wildest things on my videos. It depends on what you like about Pokemon, Pixel. Like what appeals to you at all about battles? Like, is there anything appealing about competitive battles to you? Yo, Ryan Gambley, welcome to Happy Knee. Thank you, boss. Appreciate you. Everybody show some Blissy love to Ryan. My goat. My goat. Strategy and nail-biting plays to clutch out a win, I guess. Well, I don't think No Bottle Cap says any VGC on it. I would say tune into some of our Gen 3 showdowns is probably your best bet. Gotta take a picture of this comment because it's so funny. People really just be commenting shit, man. I don't understand what goes through people's minds when they type things out. It's so interesting. So I don't know if you have seen the latest. If anyone here has, I don't know. I'm having a stroke. Okay, I don't know if everyone here has seen my latest video about Zapdos, but it was simply the story of telling how I learned what the TGTV does and how I executed catching that video, the Zapdos in that video. It's actually a story from a long time ago. I caught that Zapdos in 2020. It's one of my favorite Pokemon I ever caught. Now, someone commented on the video. I can tell you right now, by listening to an overview of what you're describing, if you were a better programmer, you would have been able to do this more efficiently and quickly. Though I'm not sure how far you'd be willing to go, since you wouldn't be playing Pokemon at that point. If you really wanted to force this, you could easily create a bot that hits a perfect seed. I'm like... Oh wait, did you listen to... Wait. You said listening to an overview. By listening to an overview, did you not watch my vid and just use an AI overview? Maybe they used an AI overview and like don't understand what's going on in the video. Because that video basically has nothing to do with programming. Because yeah, that video has nothing to do with programming. Because I'm like, why are they talking about if I was a better programmer? The whole point of the video is I push A to hit button. Like, it's really, like, I talk a little bit about the TGTV program that I made, but that TGTV program is just me, like, making a tool that calculates when I hit what target and when. I have coded a bot. Where's my box? I don't know where my box went. But my box is a fucking Arduino. I did make well, I told him that I made the bot. What's up, Jeff? How you doing, bro? Yeah, so they said just by listening to an overview of what you're describing. And so I'm now realizing I think they like had Meta summarize it for them or something. That's now like flagging to me as this person didn't watch the video. It wasn't doing that before, but now it kind of is. Dude, I actually saw a commercial for, maybe you guys can agree, maybe I'm like maybe I'm just like triggered. I saw a commercial for Meta and it was the person like taking their phone and they were about to host a book club meeting of Moby Dick with their friends. And they open their phone up and they go, Meta, can you give me some good talking points about Moby Dick for my book club? And I'm like, I look at Amanda when I saw that commercial and I was like, this is dystopian, right? Like that this person is doing a book club with their friends, and rather than thinking about the book that they read and what they should talk about to their friends with, they go to their phone and say, phone, tell me what to talk about. Is that not dystopian? Am I a psycho? Like I felt like Doom when I saw that commercial. I was like, no, this is awful. Like I felt like not good. It's a wicked world. These fucking bundies, man. They're just flying off the chain. You won't need to enjoy your own food. You'll ask Meta if it was good. That's funny. I don't know. I think people are also too preoccupied with thinking that they need to think of cool shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, if I'm doing a book club with my friends, I don't need to think of some cool, insightful thing to say about the book that we read together. I just need to think like, I just want to talk to my friends about a book. It's like, we did this when I was at Jeff's. We were playing ping pong, and I brought up Aragon, the book. And like, they were like, I haven't read those since high school. And I was like, oh, the new one was pretty good. Like, that's just, we were just talking about a book. You just talk about if you like the book. What do you like about the book? Do you like the themes in the book? You can read a book and know what the themes are. It's pretty fucking obvious. They put them there. And even if they're not obvious, that's going to be a better... I'm getting triggered again. It's going to be a... I'm literally triggered. It happened. It happened again, bro. The moment I knew the weakness of my flesh, man, my goat, bro. I had no idea the Aragon trilogy was ongoing. It is. They called it the Aragon cycle. It was the Inheritance cycle, not the Aragon cycle. That's what it's called. The Inheritance cycle was pretty good. But he is not like, it's not like, I'm flatlining. Hold on. Boo! I need to reboot. Give me a reboot. Okay. So, Inheritance ended. It had a solid concept, concrete ending. But the ending of it also had like a small time skip to like several years later, and this is what Aragon is doing now. Then in real life, probably like 5 or 10 years, it was like 5 years later, 6 years later after Inheritance, he wrote a short story book that was 3 stories from the world of Aragon, called The Worm, the Witch, and the Fork, or something like that, I think. And it was 3 short stories. One was like a folktale, like an Urgle folktale. One was pages from Angela, the Witch in the Book series diary, and the other one was a short story about the character Murtag, what he's been up to. Because if you read the books, you know things do not go great for him. And so it's more like what he's been up to. And that book was really good, actually. And so he liked writing that so much, he wrote a sequels book to that expands and is just about Murtag. It's about Murtag's story, what he does after the conclusion of Aragon. Urgle. They're called Urgle. It's Urgal, I think, is that how it's spelled? It's his, he just didn't want to use the word orc. So he used Urgle, but they're basically orcs. Song playing right now is Animal Crossing New Horizons Welcome Island Tour Day. So the book Murtag is like a solo adventure for Murtag. And it's sort of setting up a villain for the next series of Aragon books that he wants to do. He's gonna have like he said that he's gonna have a sequel series, and Murtag is setting up the major conflict of that. So I guess you consider Murtag a prequel to the sequel series that is going to happen eventually. He also wrote a sci-fi book that was okay, unrelated to Aragon. It was pretty good until it ended, and I didn't think the ending was very good. What's up, Mewtwo? I thought the Murtag book was pretty good. Murtag was also a lot more adult. The Aragon books, I think they hold up if you're an adult reader and you're reading, if you're in a mood for fantasy. I think they still hold up for an adult, personally. It's not just because it is like young adult fiction, but I think it's still readable. Murtag's definitely more adult. I think he wrote a book for actual. I guess he recognized the fans of the series are probably adults now, and just wrote a book for adults. And it's a lonely book too, which is cool. It's really just two characters. It's just Murtag and his dragon. That's pretty much it. It's a good book. I recommend it. If you liked Aragon at all, it's good. And there's a decent amount of reminders of the old books, so you can probably jump. If you read the whole series originally all the way through to Inheritance and you barely remember it, he does explain a lot of concepts again. He must explain what a true name is, like, oh my gosh, so many times. He must do it like 2 or 3 times a chapter for the first 2 chapters so you remember what it is, because it's very important. You don't even remember how dragon bonds work? They explain that too, but the dragons will be in an egg for all of eternity until they have a magical spell on them that keeps the dragon as an egg until the dragon senses the person who picks it up. And so like they get people to pick the eggs up multiple times, and it's like the dragon eventually just feels a connection with one of the people on the outside who picked up the egg, and then will hatch for that specific person. And then the rider if either the dragon or the rider, no, if the rider is killed, the dragon will die along with them, but if the dragon is killed, the rider gets to live. And then in addition, when you bond with a dragon, you like gain some of their traits, so you become like, you gain an extended life, but you get like part of the dragon's life force, and you gain like more elven features. Sounds like a bad deal for the dragon. Yeah, it is, but the alternative to them doing that was they would have been fucking killed. It came about from a huge war between the elves and the dragons and the humans, where the dragons were basically just being big assholes, who were fucking killing everybody. And the contract to end the war was that not all dragons work like this. It's just the dragons that get chosen to be rider eggs. And so then the way it works is that you pair up with a rider, and they're like the peacekeeper between the races, basically. As like a end of treaty war. The dragons can die, or can be immortal too. They have like an internal organ that is like a rock, basically, and they can, as they're dying, they can choose to put their entire consciousness inside of the rock and live forever. But then they have no senses, and so the only way they can communicate is telepathically. And it's like very sad for them, like if they do that, because it becomes very isolating. And it's an interesting mechanic they had. I like that one. The Aragon movie was really bad. It's like not faithful to the books even a little bit. It was trying very hard to be similar to Lord of the Rings, which is really not what the books were trying to do, even though they are a fantasy magic environment. But it's not a good movie. They're working on a series on Disney Plus, and I'm interested in watching it. I feel like we haven't even seen a shiny in like 2 hours. I'm actually pretty disenfranchised with the concept of media even being translated to other medium, like books being turned into movies, comics being turned into TV shows. I'm like a little bit like disenfranchised with it. I'm like, damn, is that even something we should be doing? Which sounds insane, but I've not seen the Percy Jackson TV series. I saw the first movie when it happened a long time ago, but I never read the Percy Jackson books. I would not refer to Arcane as an adaptation, though. Arcane is very good. Arcane was supposed to be like an alternative story to Caitlyn and Jinx, not be the main canon of the game. And then it just became the main canon of the game because everybody liked it so much. I mean, Arcane is kind of the way to do it in the sense of like League of Legends as a game, as a multiplayer arena game, does not have a great lens to be able to tell its lore to players through anything other than text. So the way they have to do that is through like various animation, because League doesn't even have a story mode. Its lore is just like text dumps or like vocal lines between two characters, right? So it's like League lore is actually good. It used to be. I stopped getting invested in League's lore because they kept fucking rewriting it, bro. I actually have to pee. I'll be right back. I used to really like reading the League of Legends lore. Whenever they released a new champion, back when like the lore was like diegetic in the world, like Summoner's Rift was a real place in the world and summoners were characters and the League of Legends was a real thing. A character used to have to like take like an entrance exam for like why they would be allowed into the League of Legends. And like it would be like the story of someone like it'd be a part of their backstory or like some other thing that happened to them, and like they would pass judgment on it. And it was pretty, they were always really good to read. My favorites was Xerath's, who Xerath is like now a straight up evil villainous character, whereas that was previously not the case. His last shiny was like 2 hours ago, dog. Like... Well, Xerath's... The Ascended was different. Xerath's old lore was that he was a guy who, when he cast spells, never shaped them. He just took the raw arcane energy from the arcane and, like, directed it to where it... Oh, I thought that guy was shiny. Wow. And he just... He gave it a direction. He just pointed it in a direction. He didn't control it or shape it or anything. And that was, like, very bad for him. It was, like, causing him physical harm. And it was, like, making him sick and killing him. And so he tried to do a spell to... It wasn't like an ascension spell. He tried to do a spell to turn himself into pure magical energy rather than it being some ascension ritual. And he, in doing so, he ended up collapsing the building he was in and, like, destroying the town and killing the woman he loved. And they fucking locked him up to chain his power because he couldn't control it. And then he sort of lost his mind as he was chained up for, like, a millennia. Whereas now he was pretty much just an evil betrayer from the beginning. It was not really as interesting. I forget what those little stories were called. I actually liked old Xerath better anyway. I'm pissed off about the remake to this day. New Xerath is so much less interesting than old Xerath. The only thing old Xerath needed was his passive to be changed, in my opinion. I've never played any Elder Scrolls game ever. His old passive where AP came to armor was stupid, but... I really liked the W anchoring him. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, really? Yeah, I've never played a single Elder Scrolls game. I do think if you locked me up in a box for a million years, I would go insane also. I think the Talon rework is pretty good, personally. I'm not much of a Talon player, but I always respect when people lose what they love about the champions that they love. Because sometimes they just do remakes for literally no reason. Sometimes I just remake... It just feels like they remake characters for fun, man. Talon's probably the most successful of those old, of the Assassin reworks they did. They reverted LeBlanc's. They reverted... Who else they reverted? They reverted someone else. Alright, later, John. Appreciate you, homie. Yeah, he definitely was more of a blink onto you, instantaneously kill you type of guy before. I mean, that was the goal with all of the Assassin reworks, right? Was to prevent Assassins from literally killing you with 0 reaction time. Which, I don't know. Now that's kind of the opposite. Like, I'm a Rengar main. He's my favorite character. His rework turned out pretty good. Especially once they put the Q back to the way it should have been, as God intended. And I have a feeling they're going to remake Rengar again. There's been a lot of talk from Freak about him, how he's not fair. And a lot of talk about how... he's, like, too hard for the average player base. So, I'm not looking forward to that. I know it'll happen. I know they'll do it again to my fucking guy. Binky fish meme? I don't even know what that is. I'm trying to find what music I want to listen to. I'm not seeing anything that's like hitting me. I wonder if that Bilgewater music from League is allowed. Oh, Gangplank was another remake I hated. I loved old Gangplank. What a stupid ass character. I loved him so much. I loved the raise morale. I loved going jungle with Gangplank. So sad. No, the event was cool. The Bilgewater event was dope. It was very fun to play. I wish they would do more stuff like it. No, I liked it a lot. Even if the character isn't for me anymore. I would love it if they did something like that again. That's pretty much the most they can do. Like, that's the best way they could do lore in that game, right? Is having an event like that. Well, they made Gangplank not playable, is what they did. On ranked, is what everyone was pissed about. When he was a really good character. Hey, we got another one. Alright, it's been so long. We've been in such a drought. We've been in such an iron bundle drought. Because I believe his remake came out first, and then they had the event where it was like you could kill him, and like they killed him, and that's why his because the Captain Gangplank skin is the old base skin from the remake. And the community could vote to either kill Gangplank or Misfortune, and we killed Misfortune, or we killed Gangplank, and Gangplank died, and his left arm is the Dead Man's Plate. Literally, the item in the game, Dead Man's Plate, is Gangplank's arm. His, like, whatever that one arm that he has. I'm pretty sure. Motherfucker deserved it. He is a piece of shit. Let's, investigate this fellow. I don't think 99's low enough. No. It's not low enough. We could put on Gangplank Galleon. Update Shiny Counter. Good call, good call. It's been so long since I've seen one, I forgot that I had to do it. There they go. It's the Iron Bundle waterfall. So crazy, bro. That these Bundizis just keep falling off the cliff. Survival of the fittest? Yeah, is that the case? Insane thing to think about Pokemon. That's funny. They fall off more than Iron Hands. They fall off more than Iron Hands, honestly. I thought Iron Hands would fall off more for sure. That is not the case. Unfortunately, I just haven't done much of the Gen 4 Battle Frontier. I've been stuck on the factory for a long time. I think the factory is an improvement from Gen 3's. And the Battle Tower is fine. The Battle Tower is the same in like every game, basically, and it's like... it's whatever. The multi-battle feature is cool with the NPCs, but it's a bit frustrating. And then I literally haven't done the other facilities. I've just not done them because I'm just like, I want to get the gold. I have the gold print in the tower. I have a silver print in the factory, and I've been going for the gold print in the factory, and I can never get it. It did not have 0 attack. Oh, you're like an LRXC pilled gamer. I tend to not engage with the in-game mechanics that way, which is kind of weird. Because I like do competitive battles. But for stuff like the in-game factory, I like to just go in like raw based on my own knowledge to see what I can get done. Because I think what the game is presenting is like a pretty much a fundamentally unfair task in the Gen 3 factory. And so it's interesting. Doing the factory casually is not easy. You either have to go full spreadsheet demon mode and like calc everything and know every available possible spread. You have to, or you have to RNG manip the squads and follow like the speedrun route. Yeah, that's how it be, bro. I use RNG manip to get the factory stuff. We get more GBA so we can become shiny on being free. I do not. So the best way to buy Game Boy Advance SPs, looking to shiny on Gen 3 since Game Freak and Nintendo don't want to sell them on Switch. It's pretty much just eBay, man. There's nothing you can really do. Ooh, another one. Dubbings. We have 2 Bundys. 9 Bundys. You didn't realize my controller was behind my head? You thought I just programmed a controller while I was looking away? No. I was just holding it like that. That's very funny. Brother, let me escape. GBAs are not region. There is no region locking on the GBA. Some of the peripherals are language locked. E-reader checks language. We got that guy at the last minute, didn't we? Let's go boxes. I think that's too high. I think we need like 93 or something. Yeah, that's got to be like a 3. It's like 5. It's 5 attack. 2 shiny Bundys in the dumpsty. Does the judge feature not give you an accurate enough read? No. 0 or 1 are both acceptable for this iron bundle. The one in home doesn't give any better results. 0 or 1 are acceptable for the stat that I need. But the judge feature only tells you a range of what the stats can be. So it can be... It tells you if it's 0, it'll tell you no good. That means it's always 0. And it's the same with 30, which is fantastic, and 31, which is best. But I can also get 1, and that would be totally acceptable. And 1 is decent, and decent is 1 to 10. You trained your bird by accident to call him a good boy when he eats his food. Very W. This is Sticker Brush Symphony. This is Sticker Brush Symphony from Donkey Kong Country 2. Does the bowl help me get more likes on stream? I think it has, to be honest with you. I'm surprised at the efficacy of the technique. You got a weave for $5 at a thrift store, double you find. I always do a roundup here with the high up bundles. I've never gotten anything up here, man. Bundle, Iron Hands, nada, bro. They don't be giving shinies anywhere but the Rock. The Rock is the one place where we can get shining creatures. Pixel, did you see that becoming a channel member is another good way to support me and only costs 1/3 of the amount of a Twitch sub? Chatter's shilling for me is a bit that always makes me laugh because I just start reading the chat messages before I realize what they say. So I'm like just reading what Beatus is typing and I'm like, yeah, and then it's just chill for me. It's like, that's fucking funny actually. The Rock is benevolent, the Rock is forever. A Toru! Can we get a Charuz in the chat for the Rock? Hey, Blissy, I'm doing an RNG on Kyogre in Gen 4. Wish me luck with your 3DS. Good luck, Lord Caesar. Must engage in shiny bundle activity. Pixel, welcome to Chansey. I appreciate you, homie. I hope you're doing well. Everybody send some Blissy love to Pixel's way. I really appreciate it. What the heck? Thank you for the shilling, Beatus. Every little bit of support goes a long way. I seriously appreciate it. It's not even a bit. Okay, goodbye. Any marked shinies? I haven't been checking any of the shinies to see if they're marked. To be honest with you, I'm looking at the attack number, and if it's not what I need, it goes in the garbage can. I haven't even checked. I know my Iron Hands does not have any, I know this doesn't have a mark. Yeah, they don't, neither of them have a mark. I'll check the next shiny to see if I have a mark. We can do some investigation. Thanks for the donation. I think Game Freak does these things where they put these like little fun things like marks into the game, and for some reason doesn't expect people to be degenerate lunatics who just sit there and grind for hours. Think about this. If you could hear the notification, thanks for the donation if you just donated. True. Thanks for the donation. You got into ping pong anime? Yeah, Super Smash Bros. Melee scene was very popular in that scene. Multiple people I had known seen it, so I watched it. Pretty sure the foul play roll on bundle doesn't change from 0 to 3. You are incorrect. I checked earlier. Iron bundle at level 50. It will deal 16.7 to 19.8 with a 3 in attack. Change it to 2, it's the same. Change it to 1, it's 16 to 19. I didn't check stab, to be honest with you. I only checked non-stab, but it changed on 1 count, so I was like, oh, that's enough. He will not be confused or foul played once this tournament. Not unlikely. He is running a Pokemon on his own team that has foul play, so... Ow, fuck. The nerd of now calc for level 50 stuff? I have no idea. What are you talking about? Is it gonna be a new team building video? Yep. Yeah, foul play is truly not that common of a move these days. You been getting blockchain NFT ads? Yeah. It's very annoying. Dude, sometimes I've been getting like a bunch of Catholic and Christian ads. It's very weird. I think I'm being targeted because I watch... like, I don't know. This one seems very convenient. Tedious, but convenient. All the Paradox hunts probably look like this, to be honest with you. I would be surprised if any Paradox hunt looked different than this. You just use a sandwich to force which Pokemon you want to spawn. Only that Pokemon spawns, you go to the rock. the rock spawns like 15 of the guys, it's not there, you just turn around and you go back. They're just chilling on a rock. They're the rock boys. It's not been patched. No, Iron Valiant shows up right here. I saw an Iron Valiant here earlier. The game is ass for Roaring Moon because it shares dual typing with Dino. Oh, that does suck. Yeah, you want something that has a unique typing that doesn't show anywhere else in the cave. So it can suck to have to deal with all the other Pokemon that spawn if you're using the sandwich. Have I missed any shiny bundles? I don't think that I have, but maybe. It's easier to see than Iron Hands, so... But I don't think I've missed one. Would it be unethical to eat a calcs? I mean, I'm vegetarian, so I'm not eating any animals, even if they're fake. Isn't calcs a veggie, though? Grass type doesn't mean you're a plant. Is that how it works? I don't think that's how it works, man. There are some... I think even the plant-looking grass types in Pokemon are probably animals that just evolutionarily disguise themselves as plants. Sort of like stick bug. You know what I'm saying? No, I think they evolutionarily found it. Like, it was beneficial to look like a fucking bush. I only eat Pokemon byproducts, like eggs and whatever meringue Creamy produces. Okay, listen. Insane thing to say. I agree, though. Well, I guess here's the question. You can say that, like, Victory Bell isn't a plant. Or you can say Victory Bell is a plant because it's made of leaves. But, like, I think on this earth, on real life, if a bush could get up out of the ground and go, bleh, even if it was composed of the exact same thing leaves were, I just saw a shiny get deleted. I'm pretty sure. Even if a bush could walk up out of the ground and go bleh, then I'm pretty sure we would consider it an animal, no? Like, it wouldn't be a bush anymore. I think one spawns as I walk away. Maybe not. Do I go away twice? Look at that. That's him. That's a shiny. Do you see that? No, it's because what happened is, look, all of these shiny iron bundles, all of these shiny bundles up here are up to the spawn limit. When I leave their radius, they despawn. And so as I'm continuing to drive away, the area is cleared. He spawns there because the area is now clear and I don't have any Pokemon there, and then he gets deleted because I'm continuing to travel. That stinks. We'll count that as a scene, right? Lil Bruggs isn't for 2 frames. He did not have a long life. We'll say that much. The life on that guy was not high. Does it count as scene if you haven't seen the attack? Yeah. I count it as seen even if it doesn't statistically give me any intel. Got a question about grab ace. After I've got everything set up, do I still need all the months of mail on them? If you don't want to do anything remaining with the mail glitch, then you can take the mail off and stop the mail glitch's activities. The mail glitch only exists in the context of ace to set up ace and get you the Pokemon that you need. After it's done doing that, it's its own separate glitch to do other shit with. So you can keep it going if you want. Like, it's a good a way to clone items, stuff like that. Yeah, earlier today I caught an iron bundle that fell off the rock. There's actually an interesting glitch going on with it, where my character model didn't move away from the bundle and threw my Pokeball straight down into the dirt. Like, literally, like, spiked it. Wait, what turns the mail glitch off? Is there not a way to get it to stop? Jeff, did you see my one frame iron bundle? He existed for one frame. Got me on background noise. No, changing your SID has nothing to do with mail. The mail glitch has nothing to do with the ace glitch. What the mail glitch does is it lets you write a Pokemon, or lets you write the data that is in box 3 slot 1. That's all it's doing, is it's letting you overwrite the Pokemon data of whatever Pokemon is in box 3 slot 1. It's directly letting you change that with mail words. So what we do when you set up ace, with the reason you use the mail glitch is because you set up the mail glitch and then you use the mail glitch to alter the data in that PC box of the Pokemon that you put there to change them to a species that will cause ace to happen. So what's causing ace to happen when you do the swap glitch is the Pokemon has like a really long name and causes some weird shit to happen and will run the box names as code, right? So the mail glitch, you can get rid of it. You can take all your mail off all your Pokemon. It doesn't matter. You only want the mail. You only need the mail glitch if you want to do something with the mail glitch again, like make another Pokemon there, or make the fast clone Pokemon, or do Papa Hefe's trick, unencrypted Pokemon shuffling. There's actually an even easier way to get the ace Pokemon now if you're in the post game, but yeah. Unencrypted Pokemon, short hop, fast fall, L cancel landings. Gosh. TLDR, the process is pretty simple. I use a sandwich to increase the spawn rate of Iron Bundle to the highest level, or its ice types to the highest level, but Iron Bundle is the only ice type that can show up here. And then after that, the sandwich also increases the shiny rate of Iron Bundle. I come down here, where this rock can spawn like 16 Iron Bundle. I wait for them all to show up. I don't see a shiny. I despawn them all by leaving, and I turn around to respawn new bundles. That's pretty much it. Until a shiny bundle shows up, and then I catch it, and then I check to see if its attack is low. Pretty much the extent of the bundle angle. There's not much more to it than that, unfortunately. I wish there was more to it. I wish there was some sort of RNG manip I could do, but unfortunately there's just not. It's like Gen 6 Horde Hunting turned up to 11. Interesting. Kind of, yeah. Because there's so many Pokemon that you can just see. Right? Cataquack? Oh, those are the things from Mario Sunshine, yeah? To re-enable the gift Magikarp. Why are you re-enabling the gift Magikarp? Oh, timer's up. There might not have been a code set for it because it's like a very niche thing. Oh, you can get an old. You use an old rod, no? You just have that old rod skis. You need to read the rules and type the password in. The password is within the rules. You type it'll tell you how to do it. And if you read the rules and come back and don't know the password, it's low-key a self-report. To the end, bro. Too much reading, just saw it. Self-report laziness. That password has been very effective at keeping people out of the server. We don't even really get bots in the server, honestly. Does my sandwich look good? I think this is so funny. That's 3 crab legs and two herbs. Well, there's a section for members only. It is a full Discord. There's a members only section. Move Ace, I think you need Emerald to get. Actually, well, I guess you can do Ace and Fire Red, so you don't need it anymore. But I mean, sometimes you can just try typing the code in with the other exit code. But yeah. A code like that wouldn't be too hard to write. Hello, Mr. Bundle. What's up, Bundies? Why can it sometimes not climb this rock? So so weird. It's like randomly slides down sometimes. Alright, bundle activity. We're back to it. We're back to bundling. I got the rare vertical cloth stick, where it was turned on its side by the sandwich. Truly, how can I ever fail at this point? Buck Bundle? Are you thinking of Buck Bumble? Oh, you're making a pun. Never mind. I checked it out. We got there. Is Jack and Daxter music? I didn't even put this on. This is Sentinel Beach. This is nostalgic and chill summer music mix that is very Nintendo. That's shiny. That is a very PlayStation game. In fact, it's only on the PlayStation. I would love to succeed to my favorite video games music. Would love to succeed to my favorite video games music. I gotta increment the shiny counter. I guess it says very Nintendo, like it's Nintendo coded. You think this song is Nintendo coded? I think this is more atmospheric than most Nintendo games try to be, personally, but... at level 59. No way, that's good enough. I don't know the level 59 calc, but 99. Oh, 102 is close. It's like 4. It's 5. Then that would have been so gas to have caught it to the soundtrack of my favorite game. I did not check for marks. I just don't have any. Unfortunate. Might just go to Dragon X or OST. Is that shiny again? The white fur made it look like it. Decided I'll fish for one, just need a location that looks silly / dumb on a red Gyarados. Can you fish at Missy's gym in Fire and Leaf Green? I forget. You think there'll be a possibility with a switch upgrade to wild spawns will be increased, making methods like this less viable? Why would this be less viable? This would be more viable if wild spawns are increased. There would just be more iron bundle all over this, wouldn't it? What is your reasoning for thinking it would be less effective? Wouldn't it be harder to despawn them? No, because I just go away. Would spawn distance. They were thinking spawn quantity. I don't know if it has... It could, but I mean, if that's the case, you just wouldn't play on the Switch 2 to do this type of hunt, right? Yeah, I don't know. I never thought of it affecting render distance, but it totally could. Yeah, I wonder why you can't picnic in Area 0. Is it just because it's supposed to be dangerous? think Peloton's a good choice. Be right back. I need water. Peloton's a good choice. Okay. Bye, Bundy. I just noticed dead cells. Yeah, I love dead cells. It's a very fun game. It can't be denied. The quality of the video game known as Dead Cells cannot be denied. Hold on. Hello, sorry. You played 200 hours of Dead Cells in early access and wish you didn't because you never went back to it? I just found it because I was looking for a Metroid style game on the Switch, and it was categorized as like a Metroid style game, and so I bought it, and it was really good. I didn't know anything about it. I have not used his change PRNG code in Fire Red. You got 4 bosses? No way. I can't even beat 1 boss cell. I can't even beat 1 boss cell mode. I've tried a couple times. I pretty much always die in the ossuary or something. Well, it's not like I look into strategy very much on Dead Cells. I just play it. Like, a lot of people, like, are very, like, build hypered in that game. I'm not as much. I wonder why they're nerfing things like that in a single-player game. It seems so strange to me. I wanted to try the new Castlevania DLC for it, but I never got around to it. Really common in roguelikes. It's lame to have to avoid a weapon just because you know it's a free dub. Like, I don't know what T-Boy even is. Oh, is that the Binding of Isaac? I've never even played that game. I mean, I don't know. I get pretty excited when I kick up a weapon that feels like it's a very good weapon. Yeah, the bundles falling off is insane. Oh. See, why can't I climb that surface? But like if I do this jump, I bet I can. So weird, man. Funny until shiny? Well, no, because they fall down in a spot where you can get them. I caught a shiny down there. See? You can just go down there. They don't despawn or nothing. I don't know why that's like their spawn location, but it is. The one that got 07'd was because it despawned as I was moving away. Like so you can see the pop-in when I leave. When I'm leaving the spawn radius, the ones in the back despawn first. And then the ones in the front don't despawn yet, but there's still some room in that spawn area, so new ones can spawn. Like if I go to here, the ones in the back disappear, and then some new ones show up front. And I can keep doing that. See? That one disappeared, a new one appeared. There might be room for at least one more. No, he died, yeah. So, what happened was I did that, and while I was moving away like that, but faster, a shiny showed up. But despawned because I was already still moving too quickly. Which is just, like, unlucky, you know? And then, see, I never got far enough away for that guy. I'm usually not far enough away for that guy either. I might have to take a rock break. Let's do a proper Area 0 run because I've hit the zone out moment. What's up, B? Listen, the cost of seeing more guys. The cost of seeing more guys more frequently is that you can lose the guys more easily, right? Put a safety fence on the rock and the Scarlet and Violet switch to update? Yeah, I think that'll be likely. So, like, we'll see iron bundles up here. Bundles sleeping in the shade. We'll just do a full rundown. See if we don't catch any shiny fellows. See, like, doing this, compared to the rock, even though I might be seeing more guys more frequently, it is harder to see them. I don't even just mean because they're up here, but, like, there's a bunch spawning off screen that I don't see. Really, I hit that guy. I'm surprised there's a low kicks here. Did I run out of time? The iron bundle can't even spawn in this area. There's some bundles. Oh yeah, the tiny hitbox problem in this game is crazy. It's like impossible to not hit some of the small creatures. Bundle. It's the iron bundle. Oh man. Dynamo is nuts. Dynamo is such a little guy. I can't believe it's been hunted. That guy's stomping up there. No, no, no. I don't even know if I can make it till 3 at this point. I'm like so tired all of a sudden. Whew. Yeah, Iron Hands that's off looks like the shiny. Can't be doubted. No, no, that's a total timer. No, no. Today I started at 9. Today I started at 9 a.m. Yesterday I started at 8 a.m. I want to say. No, no, too long, too long. I got up pretty early today, but still. No, it's not the last team member. It's like the hardest, it's the last difficult team member is what I will say. That's one that will take any significant amount of time. We do have another shiny to go for, but that will be quick. He doesn't have any specific stats, so we can do what we're doing now, but just accept the first one that we see and move on with our life. Pokemon Champion? I think it will be good. I mean, it's made by Niantic, which is concerning. Not Niantic, Ilka. But I think it's going to be good for the games. I think we might never see competitive paddling inside of a game again. I think they might all be like Legend-style games where everything's disparate. And Champions is meant to just make competitive Mons its own game. Maybe I need like high energy music, Nintendo music to start your day. This doesn't seem like what I was looking for. The Pokerogue dev leaving because they were Christian was the most insane shit I've ever seen. That was like a truly unbelievable thing. They were like, I will quit game dev because I need to focus on my faith. Oh. It's like, if you believe in a God who wants you to worship him over a God that wants you to have like a good life, it's like a truly unbelievable thing to me. Wait, what? You guys didn't hear about this? Okay, so first of all, people noticed some weird things going on. For example, male Ralts could not evolve into Gardevoir in Pokerogue. Male Ralt, like, for some reason, all the stone evolutions were implemented in the game. The shiny stone was in the game for Togetic and Togekiss. But instead of having the shiny stone work on Ralts, Ralts evolved to Gardevoir if it was a girl and to Gallade if it was a boy, and that's it. And it turns out it was because the creator of Pokerogue was like deeply Christian and like didn't believe in like gender nonconformity and like being trans and stuff. So like they thought that like Ralts evolving into Gardevoir was like the same thing as being trans, and they didn't want to include it. And then they quit because they were but they wanted to focus on their faith. Hold on, I want to see if I can find the It was very crazy. Let's see if I can find, like, the post. I'm resigning as the lead dev of Pokes. This is the creator and lead dev. They resigned. I understand that this project growth continues to accelerate and there's still so much potential to be reached. However, after much consideration and consulting with my family and friends, I believe it would be better for myself and the project's growth for me to step away for good. I started this because I always wanted to work on a project like this, because I've never finished any of my long-term projects before, blah blah blah. And so then it goes with, this is a complete tonal shift. I want to be very transparent. The biggest reason I'm making this decision to retire as the dev is because a project like this is not compatible with my intended trajectory in life. As someone who naturally tends towards an unbalanced use of his time, I found it impossible to be moderate in the amount of time I spend on something like this. As a hobby, it became too important and too consuming and has been hindering things I value most, including my faith, my family, and my job. I am first and foremost a man seeking to follow God's path for life, and my short time alive in this world should be spent serving Jesus rather than feeding my own ambitions. I suppose with this resignation, I am giving back to the world what belonged to the world in the first place, so that I am not responsible if it changes in any ways that do not align with my personal values. Rather than choosing to hold what is now a community project to my own personal standards in an effort to preserve a clean conscience for myself. He's talking about the trans shit there, by the way. That's what he's talking about. It did start normal. They had us in the first half. Immediately after they left, there was pride stuff all over Pokerogue. Well, the thing is, they had to, because people were like starting to not want to play the game because they were like, well, the new devs are probably transphobic too, and so they had to reverse course if they wanted to preserve any ounce of like belief that the people working on it weren't a piece of garbage. Is Sea Breeze a reference to the Polygon Nuzlocke? You mean Griffin McElroy? Yeah. Oh, I actually don't know what Bundle's attack looks like if it's boosted. Alright. No way, it's 111. 108. Oh, no, this is the wrong level. 105. Oh my gosh. This is like 10 attack. Oh, we got an increment shiny coming. Oh yeah, and then someone asked them, they said, so this was like a private conversation in their Discord. I'm far from pro-trans. Oh, could I ask why? I have a biblical view of the world and everything revolves around that and takes priority. This is what this person said. I see. How does a biblical view turn into being against not for trans people? Basically, it comes down to the way God wants things to be. Anything that goes against that is something that I will at least passively disagree with. I don't think that means I'm actively trying to tell people who don't even claim to be Christian to conform to these values, though. But if asked, I'll give my opinion. If you'll allow me to be very honest, I am strongly biased against environment that encourage children to be trans, even if there is no internal origin for that, because it plays on factors like puberty and then can make a life-changing decision that they regret. So this person was like using the Bible to say that they were anti-trans. I don't buy the narrative around puberty blockers. What narrative? They say. that it has no permanent effect. If nothing else, it has a lot less permanent effects than going through puberty that doesn't align with your gender. True. So, yeah, this person resigned, and then someone instantly dumped all of the logs of them being transphobic. They also were anti-gay. But then people like this will get all of their life from a book, from a singular book, and then tell you that you're crazy. They will be like, yes, the whole world is the book. My whole world view comes from the Bible. You're the lunatic. Like, to me, these people that speak like this, they literally come off as, like, an insane person. It was very strange. It's like so confounding to me, man. I don't really get it. Well, I guess if I don't get it, then I don't get it. Alright, gamers, I'm going to call it here. I will be back tomorrow. I might do a later stream tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to go at 9 again. We'll see. But thank you, everyone who supported, donated, membered today. I really appreciate all of you. But you'll see me back tomorrow with more bundle hunting. I might do some off-stream hunting, too, so there's a chance tomorrow I don't even have to do it, so we'll see. But